to set off for the boat?
I
Yeah,
believe
I
that is
think
what
we
we're
were.
doing.
Yeah, more like we took off on our mounts and we were, yeah, gonna show up at the boat.
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome. Is the recording ready to go?
Yes, it is going now.
Awesome. So, welcome to part 2 of session 4. We're going to forgo the usual intro and just get into the thick of things here. How about that?
Yes.
So, the party rides out. It is once again a bitter night in Vengergroff. You even see some flecks of snow coming down as you begin to make your trek out. Perhaps perhaps the very elements themselves getting you ready for the region you're choosing to embark to. Speaking of which, it is fucking cold where you're going. Everybody has like ways to deal with that. Yeah,
Wait, deal with what?
The
the
cold.
fact that it is fucking cold where you're going.
Oh, yes. I mean, it's kind of cold-ish here, so the only clothing that Tolos and Gooden have is winter clothes.
Cool.
Let's say I have winter clothes. Yeah.
I've got winter clothes and the Comfort Aura feature, which helps me stay warm while I'm resting. Stationary, even.
I grew up here. I'm wearing heavy clothes.
Also,
I grew
you're a
up here.
vampire.
I'm also dead. So,
I mean, okay, to be honest, Tolos also has a +10 to checks against the cold, so...
we're good.
And doesn't Gurren also have Comfort Aura?
Tolos has Comfort Aura.
Oh, totally. So that +10 means nothing. She doesn't need.
Well,
She just needs to stop standing for a little while. I mean, stop moving for a little while.
Yeah, I guess that is a fair point. The +10 will come into play while they're actively moving, I suppose.
yeah.
It's almost like you guys knew this campaign was in Vengergroff or something. Fucking weird.
Who would
It's
have
like
ever
we've been living
guessed?
here for like several months or our entire lives, so... Winter cold.
That being said, it is especially cold, the place that you are going. So,
Mm-hmm.
make sure that you guys remember to be taking advantage of those comfort auras or using other means to keep yourselves warm, because I will be paying attention.
Don't worry, I have an emergency backup plan, which is Tolos puts on Gooden's clothes on top of or underneath their clothes, and then Gooden becomes a mouse and then hides in the pocket.
That's fucking hilarious.
That'd be good up to like -400 C.
I feel like if it got that cold, it'd be too cold for anything else to live there either. So not a great place for a hunting ground.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
So you continue along the river. More of a stream, really. You're going to where it connects to a wider river. The night air is still quiet. Clearly, most of the animals have gone into hiding or fled. Gee, I wonder why.
Cowards.
Listen, Don't hate them because they got a better self-preservation instinct than you do.
Hey, we're getting the fuck out of here too, aren't we?
I mean, I guess so.
Come on.
The place that you're going ain't much less dangerous.
Forest makes my skin crawl when it's this quiet.
Question is how many of them fled? And how many of them are at the military camp?
Not, you'd be surprised how much of that army doesn't have a taste for beast flesh.
I'd prefer not to find out.
Just saying, if you have any loved ones buried nearby, check the grave to make sure they're still there.
Hmm.
Have either of you been to this northern stretch of the country before?
No, I grew up near the border, and most of the rest of Vengergraf that I've seen outside of the borderlands have been along the coast.
I've been there a few times. It is quite chilly, so be prepared for the cold.
Oh, and another thing that your character would know if they've been there before. The animals are they tend to be of abnormal size.
Also, similar to me, the animals up there are not your average beast. A lot of the creatures up there are very large.
Probably because of proximity to the portal to Utgard on the North Pole.
That'll make food a non-issue then. Kill one thing, it should feed you for a while.
Sure,
well-
feed you for 10 times as long. Except it's 10 times as hard to kill.
I was about to say, have you ever seen a bear that was like 25 feet tall?
Oh well, you use the right kind of magic, you only burn part of its face off.
I think we should avoid the predators then.
It does seem wise.
It would be in our best interest to make this trip quick.
I don't know, given a choice between the beasts of the north and the army of Venkergraf, not sure which one I would rather face.
I I think I have my pick. At least when the beast kills me, I know that I won't be coming back again. Oh, that I will, actually, come to think of it. Ugh. Well, that's an uncomfortable thought. Anyway, yeah, no, I wouldn't be in too much of a rush to get back.
I guess if the wildlife seems to not be too much of a challenge, then there would not be any harm.
The delicate balancing act between accomplishing what we need and getting back in decent time, and also allowing the army to pass all the way through. No stragglers left behind.
Hmm. Well, this is all very sudden, huh? I mean, it wasn't a few days ago that, well, I expected weeks to go without doing much of anything interesting.
That sounds boring.
Well, it was what I got used to when I was setting myself with the slow study of what books I could glean from the Coven.
Hey, there was a period where I enjoyed a similar sort of thing, but
Well, turns out it was pointless, as I got a book having so much more than what I wanted.
that's what you learn. You know, you can study for ages in a library, and then you have one solid day of adventuring, and suddenly you realize that's the quickest path to knowing what you're doing. Actually getting out there and doing it.
You know, I don't think I've ever asked you, why are you here?
Oh, well. Live the kind of life that I've lived, you've learned to just. You get a sense for when people are interesting and they're exciting situations to find yourself in. You just kind of fall in for a while. Or do you mean why I came here specifically?
Well, yes, the Coven Wood is, well, I guess it is one of the most sense-making areas you would pick in Vengergraf.
I mean, I came in search of Branimir, as has been discussed. Old friend.
Right. So, is that the only reason?
I mean, it's not the only reason. There's plenty to learn in the Covenwood. You know, magic to be had. But I don't know. My long story. Had a run-in not too long ago with a nasty bit of magic. I was hoping to get it checked out at some point, but you know, we've been busy since, and it doesn't seem to be that pressing.
Are you cursed?
I don't know if it's that simple. I think something certainly happened. I don't feel quite as whole as I once did, but I don't know. I'd rather not get into it. It's a sad story.
Hmm. Not to pry a second time, but Magnolia, why did you pick this place to come up to after leaving the underground?
The Coven Woods have always seemed a bit brighter to me than the rest of Vengergraf. More vibrant, lively, less crawling with various undead.
But I meant
Um,
Vengergraf specifically.
Oh, I just so happen to live under Vengergraf.
Ah,
And then going south seemed somehow impractical, what with the war. I thought the Coven Woods were nice enough. And, Well, with all the refugees coming through, I figured they could use the help of someone like me.
Makes a fair bit of sense. I mean, honestly, other than the Auenbosk, this whole continent's a bit of a shit show. I mean, Boreos is fine enough, but the rest of it?
Things aren't much better underground.
I wouldn't know that. I've always tried to stay away from underground.
That is wise.
So this. So. mm,
So, as you come to the fork, you see sitting out in the river is I'm going to say mid-sized riverboat, and just use your imagination. It's it, big enough.
Damn.
Alright, so I'll dismount Dumpling and assist Rune in dismounting from Dumpling as well.
Yeah, struggles with it a bit. I'm sure Dumpling is massive.
Indeed,
Oh,
enormous.
Big old bug.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
actually,
is this
I think
boat?
instead of
this-
letting Rune slide
oh, sorry.
down, she'll just like pick him up,
oh, thanks
just
for
kind of
the
help him down like he's a much smaller person because he is.
assist.
Here you go, Tiny.
Is the boat paddled or does it have a different form of propulsion?
Uh, so it paddled to get here, but it's now just going to be following the flow of the river back north.
Ah.
Alright, so Vidar told me to not use this magic string until my bug is already on the boat. Or am I
I
No,
think
to
until
use
it was
it.
getting on the boat.
Yeah, when it was getting on the boat.
Very well, time to test this thing out. I tie the mysterious thread to Dumpling's leg.
Yeah, you notice that Dumpling's feet don't dig into the ground the way that they did before. It seems as though it has counteracted Dumpling's weight in some magical way.
Yeah, Dumpling makes a low groaning noise as he often does and tests his new weight. It's odd. And he doesn't really comprehend it. And he never really will. He's very dumb.
Yeah.
But yeah, Magnolia will load him onto the boat.
Yeah, is there a crew here, or are we crewing this ourselves?
Yeah, so in the boat is a looks like a grizzled poor Morzani family.
Sure, I'm just gonna go introduce myself, make sure everything's good, ask if they need help with anything.
Same.
The so the matriarch, a older Morzani woman, smirks at the two of you. If you know what you're doing on a ship, just make sure that you're not in the way and do things that need doing.
With a fair bit of sailing experience myself, I'd be more than happy to help out.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we'll just go about doing that.
We do appreciate the help since this was requested on such a rush.
Of course. Feel most at home on the water, so it's truly no trouble at all.
This is
Yeah.
a strange feeling being on a boat. Yeah, Magnolia looks like she doesn't quite have her sea legs. They're trembling.
Oh, you get used to it. It's a bit of a, it's a push and pull. It's an ebb and flow.
Does it
If
get
you need to sit
better?
down, there are some piles of blankets over there. And if you need to hurl, there are some buckets over there.
Oh, right, seasickness.
It happens.
Hope that isn't me.
It probably
that's-
shouldn't be too bad, as this is a fairly calm river compared to the ocean.
Right, does it get better when we're moving?
No, it might get worse.
Nah, it's more like one of them things you got to get used to, you know?
Yeah, most people get used to it with a little time. Don't worry.
If you think this is bad, it is going to be funny when you end up sleeping on land again.
True. Oh, it's always my favorite part.
I don't know if it is my favorite part, but let's say once you've got your sea legs, they do not leave easily.
Right. It's funny, when I'm standing still, you would be hard pressed to find someone with firmer footing. But this is different.
She like kind of walks over to move a crate that was on the back of Dumpling and just kind of tottering over.
You know what? You know what, darling?
I've got it.
I'll
I need to get used to this.
If you do start to feel a bit nauseous, try and find like a stationary landmark and focus on that.
Not nauseous yet. Thank you,
Good.
though.
Of course.
I don't go
Mine
on
was
the
the
ocean.
stars when I was a kid.
I don't go on the ocean all that often, so I don't know if my methods are very good.
Keep your knees bent. Try to stay standing. You should be fine. That's my advice, anyway. Ride through it.
Personally, I suggest keeping busy. Keep your mind off of it, and soon you'll find it just fades into the background like anything else.
Yeah, speaking of keeping busy, playfully uses like a piece of sailcloth to swat Rune and then point toward one of the sails. Get up there.
Hi, Captain. And yeah, we'll absolutely just scamper off to go do that.
And you are off. So now is the time that I ask. So I know who Bree is going to have insisted came with you guys among the NPCs. So I will tell you that somewhere on this boat is Dominique.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other NPCs that the party might have wanted to try to convince to come with them?
Brazoria?
Zoria could be here. She could be
I
talked
feel
into
like-
coming along with her.
I feel like Zoria would probably hang out with whatever plan for getting out Shadar would have.
Shadar's plan was to not get out.
Yeah,
but to
so
stay.
would Zoria
Yes.
have left if Shadar didn't want to leave?
Yeah, fair question. I mean, I guess Magnolia feels safe leaving Zoria with Shadar for the time being.
Yeah,
Shadar wouldn't allow harm to
but
come
I
to
feel
her
like
employees, so
Shadar would tell Zoria to go with you guys if the choice is between her and you guys.
fair enough. I'm neutral on it. As a player, Magnolia just wants to make sure Zoria is safe one way or another.
She has a surprising amount of faith in us, I guess.
Sure, let's have Zoria
Mm.
along.
Surprising amount of faith in you, or
Or think Zoria is going to keep us from getting ourselves killed.
I mean, I guess that's the direction you could go with it.
As for other NPCs, Coven's going south, so
The Coven is taking a trip to Boreos, so
Okay, so Dominique and Zoria, it sounds like.
cool. And yeah, I think Zoria would need to be taught what to do, but once she's shown what to do, she would eagerly help with the sailing of the ship as well.
Yeah, whatever people,
Take
if
a
people,
Take a shift or whatever.
yeah, people want to learn, Rune would be happy to show what he knows, which is
Absolutely,
a lot.
Magnolia wants to learn everything. She's
Yep.
full of she's full of wonder. She desperately wants to drink in all of this experience.
Hell yeah. And yeah, I mean, Rune has spent years, almost a decade worth of time on a ship, so
Oh yeah, so
yeah, Cal's also knows a lot about ships. In fact, despite the fact that he has said he's been on a ship a few times, you can tell he's been on ships a lot. He knows a lot about them.
hell yeah.
I wonder why.
I wonder why.
Tolas and Guden usually were not in control of the ships that they were on. And a larger boat like this, they aren't sure what they have to do.
Well, sounds like if they want to learn what to do, Rune's willing to teach them.
Yeah, I think they get things settled where they're going to put their stuff, where they're going to put their mounts, and then they just watch Rune until eventually asking, so what do we do?
Come here, I'm sure I'll do this. Now this is cold, and, is just going, Rune knows a lot about sailing. I don't.
This is so fucking ironic. uh,
Ugh.
When you're playing a character that has 20 intelligence. Listen, he's that smart. I'm not.
Actually, how about you tell us what Rune teaches them how to do?
Well, I mean, I have no idea what the fuck this boat looks like, if I'm being honest.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean,
I-
it's
It
a
look it looks like a boat that exists.
Okay,
Gotcha, okay, cool.
so it's probably
if it's
it's
a river boat,
probably a sailing barge. Um, riverboats usually weren't sailboats because of, well, various reasons, but there are types of sailing barges with I didn't remember the name until looking at the Wikipedia entry, but they use lee boards rather than a keel. So it's probably just a very large version of something like this. One moment. Which is something that they use in England on like the Thames.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So in this
Yeah.
case, the thing that Tolas and Gooden would not recognize is the existence of a topsail, which is a sail above the mainsail, and also a weird topsail jib, and a jib in general. So, yeah, probably teaches them what to do about the multitude of extra sails compared to what they're used to.
Indeed.
Nice. There's probably an extended lecture about don't get caught between the sails, it will choke you to death.
Okay, but that lecture does not. I feel like it doesn't come from Rune.
No, it probably comes from Cal.
Sure, that does seem like Cal's portion of the lecture.
Yeah, Rune's just letting it happen, and Cal's like, "Don't do that. You're gonna get yourself killed."
You know, if you know how to do it properly, you can actually swing from these ropes sometimes.
That
bit
sounds
of a party
very
trick.
dangerous.
It is. It's also a rush.
Okay, Rune, you know the goal isn't to have our companions die, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't recommend any of you do it. I'm just saying. Fun fact.
That... Huh. That is tempting, but I don't think I feel the need for adventure that strongly right now.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Feels good again though to be off on a proper adventure. Journey into the unknown. Oh, well, semi-unknown.
Uh, oh, man.
What do you think this codex is doing in these hunting grounds?
I can't help but think that those who hunt there brought it there for safekeeping.
Well, the real question is, to figure that out, we would need to really figure out when they were taken from Baphomet's library.
So I've been meaning to ask, why are they called the hunting grounds anyway?
There's a the Phoenix was obviously you could tell the Phoenix is somewhat psychic. The person I know up there is a hunter, and that's what they refer to the area as.
Fair enough.
So is it because
Technically,
they
not
hunt
alive.
dire animals? There?
Because they what? I'm sorry.
Because they hunt dire animals?
Yeah, That's one of the things they hunt.
Oh, that wasn't ominous at all, Cal.
Don't worry, I'm sure none of you will be on on the receiving end.
I should hope not.
I mean, as long as you keep your behavior in line.
Suppose we won't have a choice then.
Let's just say if they decide that you're going to be hunted, I would suggest you get out of there faster than humanly possible.
I mean, I am rather good at making an exit, but I promise I'll be on my best behavior.
Let's just say if you need to make an exit, you probably won't be making the exit.
Well, not underestimate me now, but fair. I see what you're saying.
Oh no, I'm correctly estimating you, don't worry. I think you might just be you might just be underestimating my hunter friend.
No, I suppose we'll see.
Well, tell us more about this hunter. What are their achievements? Have they slain anything of note?
I think I'd prefer to leave their stories to them. They tell them much better than I do.
Fair enough. Keep your secrets then.
So at that mo Sorry, hold on 1 second.
So, also, is the boat moving yet, or?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I still haven't gotten used to the wind.
Well, I mean, you will. Is this what you imagined it would be? Or
Above ground motion is so free that even the air is free to move as it pleases.
I mean, surely you must have breathers under the air.
We have little crafts, but the wind doesn't just move on its own.
Certainly, I would like to see your reaction at the ocean sometime.
So look forward to it.
This boat is honestly moving quite slowly compared to real boats out on the ocean.
Indeed, and there aren't much for
Same.
waves in this water.
You
Okay,
also
this
need to
is-
be careful, else the sail will completely tip your boat over.
True. Well, I've never been on a capsized ship.
All due to your skill, I assume.
Well, mine and that of the crew I sailed with.
See, the people who taught me how to sail. Now they capsized a couple of vessels just to teach me how to get out.
Oh, fair enough. I not so brave.
Honestly,
risk myself.
similar experiences, but with canoes for me.
Canoes wouldn't frighten me nearly so much. But a true ship capsized.
Well,
All
you aren't
set.
getting it up again.
No, and I've seen people sucked down by the force of a ship going under. I want no part in it.
Sounds
Not a
terrifying.
it's, it's not pleasant, but that's why my teachers had me learn in a controlled environment. So that way, if it does happen, I'm prepared.
The ocean is a frightening thing.
He can be. Also beautiful, tempting, and to truly
Certainly,
accept you always want to go back.
I don't know. The depths
I'd
can
love to spend a
be...
couple of decades on the ocean.
There's a reason why so many sailors call the ocean their mistress.
Fickle and cruel, as any good mistress should be.
Not to mention, for many, impossible to tear yourself away from.
Are there flying machines out there somewhere?
Well, there is tell of those Skyhammer things. People were still talking about it when I went through, well, Scapland to get here.
Right, but when was the last time a functioning Skyhammer was spotted?
I believe just that last time.
Not in my lifetime.
Yeah, like 150-ish years ago. I'd like to say.
Other than that, flying machines, I don't believe there are any.
When I was a
I have
child, I
heard...
once knew an inventor who, he came up with these machines that worked like birds and butterflies. It was all very fantastical, but, he always dreamt of flying one day.
I have heard of a few trying such things. I believe usually they jump from a tall cliff and die in their attempts, though.
Ah. Still, one of these days we'll take flight.
Maybe. Of course,
Probably.
there are those that can fly already.
True. I don't see why there couldn't be such a thing. I mean, clearly the giants knew how to get it done. Well, you know.
To be fair, the Skyhammers were magical. Trying to
I
do
mean,
it without, trying to create a machine that flies without magic.
enough. Once knew a captain who sailed a self-propelled ship. Well, by self-propelled, I do mean he had elementals chained below deck. Although, again, chained doesn't necessarily cover it. It's more like he had melded them. The deck itself.
Yes, I have seen such use of magic to make things move on their own before.
It's fairly common in Fomorian technology.
Horrifying. Slavery.
Yes.
Well, as far as I know, the one that I saw did not use... Well...
It's a shame that the tale of the Corbies never really made it to Fomorian society, or else they would learn to fear the act of slavery. But they do it anyway, and so do some surface world cultures, so I've heard. As above, so below.
Yes, there are far too many. I mean, Vengergraph is a notable example. I would call it slavery, although I don't think they classify it as such. The way they treat the undead sometimes. And also the merchant lords. And it doesn't do to dwell on such things. Not when there aren't people in front of you you can stab and do something about it.
So who are you thinking about stabbing right now?
No one in particular. Why? Do you have any ideas?
A few.
So this codex that we're looking for here, anyone have any theories as to what it might contain?
Other than our theory of one of them being the present and another being the future? No.
It could. I mean, it came from Baphomet's library. Some sort of infernal or divine magic. Might be in order.
Hmm.
Part of me hopes it's just like a mundane children's book or something, absolutely, completely unremarkable, and this all just becomes something we laugh about.
Something tells me no one went through the trouble of stealing a children's storybook from Baphomet's library. But maybe.
Who knows? Maybe it's a first edition signed by the author.
That would be fun. I doubt it, though.
Sounds like something I would steal.
See?
If you ever make it to such a place, you can be the first.
I'm
Maybe
sure
the
Baphomet wouldn't miss it.
maybe the thief is the Magnolia from the future.
Time travel?
Time travel. Well, I've seen stranger things. Well, not many, but
Like your imagination, Rune.
well, easy to have an overactive imagination when you live through enough things. But let's say it is a children's storybook. What sort of stories do we think it contains? Is it your classic animal spirit fables, or something a bit more bizarre?
It would be a prophecy contained within a story.
Ooh, prophecy. Perhaps a prophecy about history repeating itself. Which people is likely to disappear next, and why?
A story that has already happened and will happen again.
And again, and again, and again, and again.
I mean, all the best stories are sort of similar to each other when you boil them down, aren't they?
I wouldn't agree with that.
Alright, fair enough. You're the resident expert, after all.
Well, shall we tell stories then?
A tale or two. Not at all.
Well, there's a tale among my people of one who wished to find a faster way to get from our westernmost lands to our easternmost lands. So they tried to sail the other direction, thinking that it would be faster. It is a long tale of many journeys that they had during their journey. Tribulations. Would that be an interesting tale?
Oh, I'm all in.
Sounds interesting.
Yes.
Well, give me a moment to prepare it then. Yes. So, their name was Thil, and I believe the age of this story is not known, but it is many, many years ago. They had a ship made, as they were the most important member of a great family. At this time, sailboats were small, but his was great, the size of many buildings put together, much larger than the boat we are currently on. It needed to carry enough supplies to reach, well, the other side of the world, he thought. So, he began his journey in the spring of that year. And shortly after, a great storm came upon them, during which their fair ship was tattered. Their ship was called the Wanderer in my language, for he knew it would be, well, a very topsy-turvy journey. Thil soon found himself racked against the rocks of an unknown island. On this island, his poor sailors soon found salvation in a strange people none have heard of before. These people offered to help fix their boat and to house and feed them until their boat was fixed. This seemed to be a paradise to them, a tropical one. Plenty of plants and trees, like the western jungles, but less deadly. Soon, though, a woman who was serving them tripped and broke a platter that was carrying their food, and the locals descended upon them and beat them to death with stones before Thrill could even stand to stop them. She was dead. Their only response to his questions for why they would do such a thing was that their king does not accept anything but the best. Soon, Thil saw many such brutalities, mistakes, often were deadly here. So, eventually, he found where this king resided. He mustered his men, the best he had in his crew, and he stormed a great tower that this king resided within. The people only stood and watched as the tower was ransacked, and eventually Thil came out holding a desiccated corpse, dead who knows how long. None had dared to check if their king even still lived, fearing the punishment that they would get for doing so. Soon, upon showing the body of this fallen monster to the people of the island, they yelled, they screamed, and chaos followed. Not knowing why these kindly people were now rioting through their streets, Thil rushed his own ship, taking but one islander who wished to come with him, and fleeing as the smoke started to rise from so many buildings on the island. Upon asking this one final person who wished to leave why such a thing happened, their only response was that their sins were no longer the king's. And so they continued on their journey with a new member of their crew. I think that is where I will end it for now, as every time I have heard this story before, it ends there and continues again later.
Keeping us on the hook, then. I can appreciate the tactic.
Yes.
Good story. Thank you, Tolas.
Can't
Tell me
wait
what
to hear
happens
the next chapter. But I'm excited to hear the next exploits.
Yes.
All right, so you sail on. I don't imagine that your time on the boat is all that eventful. So unless you guys have anything specific you want to talk about before you arrive in the north.
Not that I can think of.
Yeah, I think Magnolia just leans against one of the front railings and watches the forward path of the boat, making sure we're not going to encounter any trouble, and enjoying the river breeze.
Well, some good, I don't think they have much escapades to get up to while on the boat.
Yeah, no, just enjoying time being on the water again, even if it is a river instead of the ocean.
Sweet.
And I think the only thing Cal would be getting up to is maybe he's looking over some maps of the area at night, trying to start formulating ideas about where they might find this book.
Cool. Does anybody else examine the maps with Cal?
Yeah, probably.
Could have a team meeting about it. If there's anything interesting to go over.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the nights on the ship, I guess Cal will gather you all to look over the maps and discuss search strategy.
Yeah, so the map is a topographical map of a large expanse of tundra.
Gotcha.
And other than that, there's not a lot of labeling or any like named places or locations, but there are a couple of things. Specifically, the left side, which would be the region to the east of this, is labeled Dragon Waste.
Okay.
What's the group thinking? Quick pit stop in the dragon waste.
Can I roll some kind of I don't think I have anything that would really apply to this. I have expertises in cultures, nobility, politics, and law. I don't think any of those would probably tell me what the Dragon Waste is.
No.
Are there dragons in the Dragon Waste?
I'm hoping. Otherwise, it would be, well, a waste.
I would like to see a dragon, but dragons and giants are not known to mix well.
We'll find the
In
least
fact-
racist dragon we can.
I'm sorry. The fact that they don't mix well is what makes you wish to meet them?
No, that's my reservation.
I mean, to be fair, the last time we met another giant, it didn't seem to mix well with you either, so.
Giants have made a lot of enemies over the years.
Including giants, it would seem.
Indeed.
Imagine dragons also have made many enemies.
I admire that you're not willing to let yourself be stifled by centuries-old, nonsense.
Certainly not. I'll see the world. No one can stop me.
You'll need that attitude to accomplish it, but I believe you can.
Yeah, and then there's nothing written, but there is a box marked in near the dead center of this map.
This area here, this box. It's a weird marking on a map.
Yeah, no, I assume it's a landmark of some sort.
Hmm.
Well, usually in my experience, you always want to go towards the strange marking. That's where you find the interesting bits.
I was about to say, if there was a place where really important rare magical item would be, that would be one of my two guesses.
Unless it's a penis. If it's a penis, then the map maker, whoever had the map after them, were probably just bored. Or trying to mark it for protection. You'd be surprised how often that happens.
Who knows? Maybe. Well, hopefully. I don't know. No, I'm thinking Dragon Waste or Strange Mystery Landmark, possibly. Those are probably our two best bets.
Makes sense to me.
I mean, if there is an actual dragon there, would not surprise me in the slightest to find that the dragon is in possession of the Codex. Which case, I'm not sure how we would get it. But good news is also I'm not sure how many other people would be able to get it either. So, and mystery landmark, that could be literally anything.
I suppose we'll find out when we find it.
Where is the boat going to be stopping relative to these two places?
They're going to be letting you off the boat slightly to the south and sort of between them.
How many days is this trip gonna be on the boat specifically?
The boat trip is like 2 days.
Oh, okay. So...
Not 2 days. I thought it was a week.
Oh, wait a second. How many NPCs did we bring with us?
Yes! 2.
2, yeah.
Okay, so that makes... 1,
Giovanna
2,
and,
3,
Zoria?
4,
Dominique
5,
and Zoria.
6.
Dominique and Zoria, right. But what am I saying?
That makes
Giovanna?
like, what, 7 rations a day?
Do we have a stowaway?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So...
Yeah, we do have to figure out. I mean, we're presumably
Yeah,
going to
we're
have
gonna
to
need-
hunt.
For sure,
Good.
for sure.
Good.
Which
Jeez,
means
what do
we'll
we-
have to hunt dire beasts.
Hell yeah.
Alright, we have 21 rations as of the end of our boat trip.
Okay, so 3 more days. That's... That's not ideal.
No, it's not, but...
But it's okay. That is what killing animals is for.
Yeah,
Exactly.
indeed.
I'll just beat one on the head with my giant stick.
Also, I'm spending a lot of time around people.
Oh no.
A lot of time.
A lot of time. So, Dia, it says that every time I spend a few hours around mortals,
Mm-hmm.
I want the exact wording here. Spend many hours with mortals, my hunger goes up. Over these 2 days, how many times does my hunger go up?
So it just says many hours?
You kind of
You
make
can
it
also
be 2
partially
times a
fix
day.
this by putting yourself, putting a door between yourself and us, if such a thing is possible. like avoiding people.
True. We could say that Rune has been a bit of a recluse on this, definitely, like helping out in isolation when he can. Like, if there's stuff to do for a single person in isolation, then he'll usually be doing that. If not, it's just kind of like hiding below deck. If there is there a below deck?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would assume so because they would have to have somewhere to keep cargo and stuff.
I still assume it's
It's
tight
probably not a
borders,
very... Yeah, it's probably tight, not a very large below deck.
Yeah,
so I assume the hunger would still go up at least once.
really tight, but
Over how many days again?
2.
Yeah, surely it should. Surely it should go up twice, like once for each day, because there's only so much you can avoid us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
well, so it also says it's only the first time since dusk that it triggers from
Yeah,
that.
so once for each day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so once a day.
I mean,
So,
that'd
failed
be
the
a
first
really
one.
generous estimate if.
but on Isker's favor.
Well, so I think the hunger
Isker's
feature
favoring
says, yeah, you start with 4 hunger. Your hunger increases by 4 when you do any of the following for the first time since dusk.
Yep. So twice for 2 days.
Yeah. So there's no. Oh my lord.
Oh no, right. I see your point now. Yeah,
Yeah, so it could not trigger more than once per day for that.
that's right. Wow, you failed.
Mm-hmm. Let me just read the rules real quick.
And each time each time your hunger increases, you're provoked.
Indeed. So that was the first one. I tried to spend Isker's favor. Did not work out for me. So I think Rune, they're on like a journey right now. I think Rune is just gonna take the stress and fatigue for now.
Okay.
I mean, that makes sense. 'Cause you're resting anyway.
But then we might. I mean, jeez.
No, this is what Rune would do. Rune isn't gonna like be trapped on a boat with people and then be like, "Oh right, actually, who wants to be my blood bag?"
Right, but I think people are going to notice that you're stressed and fatigued at the end of the first day.
Yeah, so at the end of the first day, Rune is looking a bit worse for wear, but he's doing fine. Overall, I would say that Rune is a little hangry, but at the same time, still generally good-natured, paler than usual, a bit of a dark circle under the eyes situation.
What am I getting for Rune's affection readings?
Generally likes everyone there. Loves being on loves the environment itself. Not a whole lot of affection for himself at the moment.
Okay, so is Rune's hunger not manifesting as any sort of vampiric lust or fondness?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I suppose the
And
real
if
question.
so, can I tell who Rune is hungering for?
I don't know that Rune is hungering for any one in particular right now. I think it is just a general thing.
I
I
mean,
think
even
Rune is fighting
you-
against their nature very hard right now.
I guess the question I would ask is, does Rune enjoy feeding?
Does Rune enjoy feeding, or does Rune enjoy that Rune enjoys feeding?
Because so I ask because that is affection that might come through.
True, but I
Yeah.
don't know if I'd
No, yeah, Rune
because Rune's not
enjoys.
experiencing that in the present moment, so
Yeah,
I wouldn't be
no,
able to tell that
Yeah,
just
I think Rune does enjoy feeding. I think Rune hates that he enjoys feeding. So yeah, I do think it is. Yeah, I do think it is manifesting as this like dark vampiric lust. I don't. Can you tell anything other than the affection? Like, can you tell when other
Oh, yeah.
emotions are mingled into it?
yet. No, not that necessarily, but if you'd like to tell me, you of course may.
Yeah, no, I do think that like the affection is tainted. Usually, when you feel affection off of Rune, it feels very free. Like it feels like a breeze, right? It feels light.
Mhm.
It feels fun. This is dark, and there's a fair bit of like self-loathing behind it. It's it is the churning ocean. It is
Right.
the wave cresting,
Oh, you're
and
just like me for real.
pulling
So,
it back, trying not to let it crash.
Oh, and I am saying that as Magnolia, by the way. He just like me for real. So, how are other people reacting to Rune being stressed and fatigued at the end of the day?
I feel like Tolis is trying to help them out. And dragging Gooden along to help.
Counterintuitively, that may not be the best idea.
Well, I mean, probably trying to make them tea with whatever supplies we have.
Oh, Cal definitely has several types of tea in with this stuff.
Oh, would you look at that? It sounds like you're spending a few more hours around mortals, my vampire friend.
No.
Oh wait, no, sorry. It's the same day. It's the same day. I can't
Yeah,
wait.
it's the same day.
No.
Unless someone is bleeding.
True.
That
I-
being
Well, I
said,
have no idea.
Spills.
that doesn't change the fact that you still gotta make the save for the second day at some point.
True, but
Yeah,
for now,
we'll get to that.
with the teasing, I think the Rune is like a weary smile. Like, truly appreciate it. Although I worry that the finer notes will be lost on my palate.
That is fine.
All right then.
Sometimes tea is about more than the taste.
Experience then. Nourishment for the soul.
Exactly.
Well, I am thirsty. So
And you
I
should
think
drink.
Magnolia seems concerned for Rune and seems to have a lot on her mind. She'll definitely approach him alone later.
makes sense.
Any other scenes before then, or?
Mm. Not that I can think of.
So the night of the first day, when most people have gone to sleep, Magnolia finds Rune. Where would Rune be in the middle of the night?
I mean, most people are resting. Are they resting below deck?
I should think so,
I-
if there's room.
So I think that,
Uh,
so long as it's away from other people, I think that Rune would actually be above deck, leaning against the railing, both hands staring out at the water below,
Right.
taking in the
You-
night air, enjoying the moonlight.
What's that, TJ?
nothing. Never mind.
Yeah, you hear Magnolia's clumsy footsteps approach.
Rune's head turns and their eyes flash with that reflective shine. They are a orangey red in this lighting. Magnolia, how are you?
Magnolia seems... Well, she was just appreciating the beauty of nighttime on the river. And then saw that vampiric flash in their eyes, and actually, make a presence check, would you?
Yeah, could do that. $21.
Ooh. Yeah, it's she knew what she was walking into. Um, it's not like she was anticipating this, your vampiric nature, to be sort of like thrust in her face the moment this interaction starts. But yeah, but you can tell by the way her expression, by the way she reacts, like when you turn towards her, that happened. You know, if you weren't already aware.
Mhm.
And she's not. I mean, she's kind of neutral on it, or maybe ambivalent about it.
Sorry, caught me off guard a bit.
The river's beautiful at night.
It is.
And it's okay. I've spent a lot of time around vampires.
That's good. How long have you been in Vangergraff, Paul? You're spending that much time with them?
Oh, I've been in Vangergraff for about 3 years now. A bit more than that. But I only spent about a year with a vampire.
Hmm.
Or vampires.
You should count yourself lucky.
I do.
Yeah, Rune. I think they were guarded when this interaction began, but their shoulders are starting to loosen a bit now. That shine doesn't dull in their eyes, but they look away. They're trying not to make eye contact. There's something about their vampiric nature being on display. You think that probably is, affecting affecting how they're approaching this interaction.
Right. Magnolia is also being coy and seems. I don't know. Is it shame that I'm seeing in Rune right now?
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't think she's entirely unashamed about this conversation either. The subtext is plain for both of them to see.
Yeah, this is first time I've actually been on a ship since I turned. I hadn't really thought through the ramifications.
Getting cooped up with a bunch of warm bloods. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be traveling with us. You're going to get hungry.
I'll figure it out. It's my burden to bear. I've heard of different methods to feeding. I know it. Suppose this is life now. Yeah.
Do you usually feed often?
Too often. Never with anyone unwilling. It's
When we were talking about it the other day, you really just stuck with the metaphor of eating. Like, cow would be like a big juicy steak.
indeed.
I would be some sort of what did you say? Floral wine?
Indeed. It's easier to talk about and joke about when it's not right in front of you, to be honest. I don't know. There's something hard to describe, really. Usually it's just a fact of life, but there are times when it sneaks up on you and you are confronted with the realization that, you can joke about your friends being food all you want, but at the end of the day, it's not far from the truth.
Well, when Tolas was counting out rations earlier today and, of course, skipped you, it reminded me how important it is that none of us go hungry. And,
She just sort of sighs and looks aside. She shakes her head like, can't believe I'm having this conversation.
I can. I really will be okay. I just be a bit more ornery than usual.
Yeah, she nods, not really looking at Rin.
okay. Good night.
Good night, Magnolia.
Yeah, she leaves. On clumsy legs. Just like a little stumble as she's walking away.
You remember to bend your. Good night.
I am giving the bed.
Yeah, I think Grim just kind of gripped the railing or the side of the deck a little harder and resign himself.
Interesting. Ah. Right, but you do need comfort to recover from stress, so shall I count that interaction as comfort?
Yeah, I think that
Right.
makes sense.
Alright, let me just double check how that works. Stress loss, comfort, okay. I'm gonna make a comfort check. It's gonna be based on... let's see. Could authority have made sense there?
No.
I don't think so.
Authority, assert leadership for dominance, command, rally? Tame, assert yourself. No, yeah, it's sway. It's sway for this instance. I did just increase my charisma, though. Okay, lose 2 stress.
All right, back down to 0.
Nice.
What a good friend Magnolia is.
Tasty friend. Alright, I move on to day 2 then.
Yeah.
How's the river looking? What's the
It's
scenery like?
beautiful. You notice now as you've gotten farther north, the trees are getting sparser. And also more of the trees seem to be broken.
Broken trees, huh? Can I make a perception check?
Yeah.
I want to see what's breaking these trees. Or figure it out, anyway.
Can I also roll a check, either nature or perception? I could do.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to feel
Not
left
great.
out.
Not great. That's a natural 7 for a total of 10. Either way. Cal's
That
got
is
too much shit.
a
23.
23.
Oh my god, guys, 31.
Oh, We're all gonna die. You rolled. You rolled the number. We're all gonna die.
Right. So 23. So with a 23, so I'll start with the 12. You notice that high up on the trees, they are scratched up. That you can't quite piece together how that is necessarily related to the fact that they are broken and fallen, but it is a consistent thing about the trees. As for I'm guessing this is Tolas.
Yes.
Tolas, you recognize that the scrapes high up in the trees are from very, very large horned animals scraping off the fluff from their horns using these trees.
Cal, previously
Mhm.
you said that there were large beasts in this area. How large?
That's a great question. How large are the beasts?
Well, they are dire beasts. They are giant beasts. And I do use that word giant very intentionally.
They are ginormous. Uh, a lot of there are many of them that make me look small.
Over there, the tips of those trees, they must be more than 20 feet. And I see felt from antlers. Antler felt 20 feet in the air.
Yep, that tracks. As I said, they get very, very large.
It's just like the stories they tell of Utgard.
You said there was a portal up here, right?
On the North Pole.
I wonder if they've migrated.
Could be that. Huh. Do you think it's possible for them to interbreed?
Ah.
I'm not.
Ugh. Sounds
I'm not
messy.
sure. I'm not sure if that's terrifying thought or a good thought, because then maybe we'd see less super giant ones and ones that are and more some that are only medium giant.
I think our most likely occurrence, if there was breeding, would be a ripped in half deer.
Quite the visual.
I was trying to look at the positive side of things.
And again, we can breed all sorts of things of various sizes. So it really would depend on the size difference, would be my guess. It was
It's one
just
of the many quirks of being a giant.
She smells ruefully.
it's an It could also be possible that the magic of the portal itself has affected the area.
Well, I'm sure someday somebody will study and figure that out.
I don't know. Part of me likes the mystery of it. But I'm sure you're right.
I mean, I never said it was going to be anytime soon. After all, I don't think there's many people who really take the risk of trying to study 20-foot tall deer
What do you think a pelt like that might go for?
Here's my first question: is how do you plan to get it back?
Oh, we would. Does anyone know any preservation magic?
Sorry, for what?
Well, say we killed one of these deer and then skinned it. We don't really have the means to, properly
No.
prepare and treat.
We do not. And I don't know if there is much magic I know of that would be good for such a thing.
I mean, the same magic that preserves corpses should do the trick, but be my guess anyway.
I mean, I'm sure there's a way. I mean,
But that said, we could set up a lucrative, fur trade here. Would we want to? I'm sure these would, people would kill for a pelt that size. Just a thought.
You know, that is a good point. When the ceremony was done by Baldric, it was something that I think would even keep the bodies from rotting.
So if you to perform a ceremony over, a bundle of fur.
Well, I would need to know how to do it. And I doubt his fashion would work for me.
Fair enough.
Let me see this.
So, I will try practicing.
Alright. If you need help with any of the finer points of the spell work, might be able to offer some advice, although that said, it's not really my area of expertise.
Speaking of the giant beasts, it should be noted that Dumpling is quite a gentle giant, especially when faced by something, well, larger than a small dog. You see, Calico beetles, their survival strategy is to just trundle away slowly from whatever hasn't bothered them yet, if it seems like it could be a threat. So he'll be no help if we're attacked by a giant elk, or what have you.
I want to keep the big guy fit.
Indeed.
No need risking him against something that we can take. And I'll be damned if it's a big deer that puts me back in the grave.
I think that a big deer could pretty easily kick you into the grave if it wanted to.
I'll be damned if it was able to do it twice.
I think that's why they have two hind legs.
Well, a third time then. That's the fun thing about deer. It can't actually kill me in a way that I'd stay down.
What if it was man-eating?
Well, then I'd probably be fucked.
but even if it's not man-eating, I'm pretty sure if a 20-foot deer decided to ram you with its horns, might do some permanent damage.
Well, you'd be surprised. Vampires are surprising resilient creatures, for the most part.
Indeed, semi-permanent, but... Well, actually, if the deer killed you, it would probably leave your corpse out for the sunlight to get.
What in Vankercraft? How often does the sun actually peek through these clouds? Especially this far north. Looks up at the sun.
And to be fair, even if
Pulls
the
hood
deer
down
didn't,
a little further.
Even if the deer didn't eat you, there are scavenger animals. I'm just
As
saying,
I
probably
say,
not best we find out.
Well, I'm not worried because, like I said, I'll be damned if that deer is what puts me back in the grave.
as the saying goes, bad luck comes at the unluckiest times.
Don't find out.
Speaking of the sun, I miss my tan. This is good.
Really, Tan, you seem more the type to burn, my friend.
You'd be surprised.
Well, fair enough. Instead, I've only known two fellows with skin as chalky as yours. Pair of dwarves I once knew.
Normally I'm darker than Tolas.
That's impressive.
Huh, I never would have guessed.
Neither would have I.
Well, it fled pretty quickly upon coming up this way. Not enough sun.
Yeah,
I'm
finger
not
crossed.
even sure if I'm capable of tanning. Fomorian's probably lost the ability somewhere along the way. But luckily we're pretty dark-skinned as it is, especially at night.
Going to say. That's it, you know.
Well, to be fair, if I tanned, I'd have to shave for you to see it, so probably don't want to see that.
And if I tried to tan, well, my soul, there wouldn't be much for me left.
I saw a shaved cave bear once. I imagine it would look similar.
Oh, God.
As I said, you don't want that.
I mean, I kind of want it.
Well, you're not getting it anytime soon.
Well, you know, probably not anyway.
Well, maybe when I die.
I've seen similar things happen when people try to drink discount potions. One bad elixir is all it takes for you to lose all your hair, my friend.
I once saw a hedgehog, which for one reason or another had lost all its spikes.
Ooh, that sounds horrible. Poor thing.
That's
I
unfortunate.
imagine that it would be similar to our friend here.
You know, now I am regretting saying anything about it.
Watch what you eat. Watch what soaps you use. You should be fine.
Ugh. So we should probably decide which way we want to go when we land. Do you want to head for the mystery box or for the dragon waste first?
I would go for the mystery box first. Make sure that we can secure the codex before we start doing any unnecessary bullshit.
The problem is
I
we don't
agree.
know where the codex is.
I mean, my guess is mystery box. It's marked on the map. Something has to be there. And books are vaguely box-shaped.
Well, the question is, this map, does it have like an author or like a map maker name on it? Can we figure out who made it? So that might give us a hint as to whether or not this mystery box is worth our time.
I am so. How do I? I. It's funny because I thought to say something earlier and then I guess I didn't. So Cal knows what that box is
Oh,
and who
okay.
put it there.
Okay. I think I can guess.
Mm-hmm.
So probably not where the book is.
But hey, the Dragon Wastes sound fun.
So retcon a little bit because apparently Cal does know what the mystery box is.
Okay.
So I have an idea about what the mystery box is. I'm pretty sure that this was one of the maps that was marked up by my friend. That's where they tend to stay. So I think our best bet looking in the Dragon Waste.
All right, fair enough. You don't want to drop in on your friend unannounced, I suppose.
No, it tends to be a little rude when you do that.
Ah, well. If you're really friends, then aren't they just happy to see you?
Perhaps if it was me alone.
Is your friend a dragon slayer?
They are many things.
That's not a no.
Magnolia looks amazed at the thought.
Oh, if only you knew. Oh, when the
Yeah,
party
No.
finally figures this out.
I think I'm gonna put in my bet in your DMs, but don't respond yet. I'm just guessing, but don't tell me if I'm right.
Okay.
I've always wanted to try to ride a dragon.
It's a shame that Liana isn't here because they could make some comment as Braxton about how he rode a dragon.
Well, I imagine you could just have Braxton make that comment, and anybody with true sight would know.
To be fair, I only have true sight for technically a few seconds at a time.
Vasa Elite, more like Vasa Beta.
Hey, he power bottomed.
Doesn't that make them a beta in the Omegaverse canon?
I don't know. Vasily gave me more Switch vibes.
That's fair. He actually, yeah. I really, I'm talking out of my ass when I say he power bottomed. He did not power bottom.
Oh man.
It's really whatever he's into at that particular point.
Yeah.
It's very
All
fickle.
right. So we come to the end of our second day on the boat, I think.
Hunger. How hungry?
I already rolled it. Actually passed this time, although I am up to 12.
Oh,
Which means we're in way past the danger zone for Rune.
Yeah.
okay. For Rune, let's be honest. The danger zone is anything.
The danger zone is 8.
So, this night Magnolia is doing something secret, kind of as she's settling down for bed. Can I get perception checks from anyone else who's below decks?
Absolutely.
Sure, Tullus is probably below deck right now.
And I'm rolling stealth.
Is this
I'm-
sight-based?
Yeah.
I'm probably going to fail. I did.
Even if
fail.
that was disadvantage, I would have noticed.
I got a 6.
Okay. Yeah, so Tollus notices Magnolia covertly taking a pill. That's all. The pill is, well, I suppose it's like brownish green.
Well, you don't pry into people's medications.
Fair enough. That's all. Oh yeah,
Stealth.
also, Eep, Comfort Aura. It is cold, and this is a ship, so we probably don't have a fire going. I think Magnolia and Cal should sleep like back to back.
Underneath their canvases.
Yeah, see, there's the thing that won't even be necessary, thanks to my Comfort Aura ability, and I suppose you know, fully realize this the first night when Magnolia invites you, Cal, to sleep back to back with her. When she's been stationary for 1 minute, she emits a 5-foot aura that makes the ground and air a comfortable temperature.
Which means that Cal gets torso warm and foot cold.
Something like that.
Well, to be fair, it's probably 5 feet around you.
Yeah.
So it would stretch like it would be fine for Cal because he's not more than 5 feet taller.
True. You know, it wouldn't. I mean, you know, if we're really talking technically,
Well, so I'm assuming it's not 5 feet from your center of mass.
I mean,
mechanically,
even if
that
it
is how most.
wasn't.
If I may, mechanically, that is how most things work.
Well, I would think if it's 5-foot aura, it would be 5 feet around you, because otherwise it would just, for a large creature, a 5-foot aura is literally just your own square.
Oh, true. No, okay, you're right. You're right. Yeah, no. So I could totally encompass Cal. Yeah, that's easy. That's funny.
Yeah, I would assume an aura is always going to be bigger than the creature putting it out.
Oh, naturally, yeah, no.
Yeah, but
Of course, that's how auras normally work. I was just, I was being silly. But yeah, so you find yourself quite comfortable sleeping next to Magnolia.
It's very pleasant.
It's just something I've been able to do since I swore my vows.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, must make camping very, very fun when you don't have to worry about weather.
I'd still have to worry about getting wet, but so long as I've got some sort of shelter, yeah, temperature's no issue.
Fantastic.
Should make our journey that much easier. Well, good night, and may you have prophetic dreams.
That is a good point. I wonder what dreams Cal will have tonight. I can't imagine that they will be too pleasant.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. So something about planning to go to the Dragon Waste. I don't know. So seems like I might have some terrifying dreams about things in there.
I mean, what could
No,
possibly be there that could be so bad?
I'm actually just gonna get a dream and realize that the dragon is actually just a small pug. There's no dragon.
There was never a dragon.
It was just an urban legend.
All right.
I have my
So-
only question being posted in the C49 channel. Because if it's back to back, unless they are literally like pressing their backs against each other, which I imagine would be difficult to sleep with, Cal isn't less than 5 foot long. So they'd have to be sleeping next to each other. And how wide is Cal at that point? Like, do they have an arm out, or are they like pressed right next to Magnolia to get the bubble?
Listen, real friends just cuddle and stop acting being weird about it.
I mean, to be fair, in a survival situation, you are supposed to spoon.
No, yeah. I'm just asking if that is what's going on.
I think Magnolia is going to take a bit longer to warm up to Cal like that. But, I mean, either way, it hardly matters. You're getting most of your body in the aura, so.
Yeah. Also, Cal's pretty big. I'm sure. Also, being covered in hair, I'm sure he's fine.
Mhm.
Yay! Survival! Oh.
So, take us away to day 3.
So,
I mean, we're getting off the boat today, aren't we?
yeah, I was gonna say, early upon the third day, you hear a crunch.
Good crunch, bad crunch.
Neutral crunch. We have arrived to your stop.
Awesome. I'm sure by this point we're already all packed up as far as, packs and whatnot on our mounts.
Something that we probably would have discussed prior to this that I just realized. What's the plan for getting back?
Getting back.
Is the ship gonna wait for us? Or
I
do
mean,
have
we
a
only
set-
made
well,
the deal to get there, right?
Hello, these people have lives. We'll find another way back.
Or I was about to say, did we like set a time to meet them back here?
Nope,
Like,
we're
we-
finding another way back.
You know, we have to find another way, but we just made a deal to get here.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
disgusted. That's why I'm.
Oh,
more
fuck it,
than-
we ball. We'll find a way
Yeah,
back.
fuck it, we ball.
When we
ball,
need
man.
to find
we
it.
Ball.
Okay, guys, we may be stupid, but our characters are not. Completely.
Look. By the
mean,
time we're going back, it'll be like, we'll be fine.
Rune would have purposely not said anything to give time, I think.
Magnolia actually wouldn't. No, I don't think she's thinking about it right now. I think she thinks, fuck it, we ball.
Fuck.
She is a Chaos Knight, to be fair. So.
Yeah, also the adventure. You don't make that many plans when you're going on an adventure.
Yeah, no.
I mean, Tullus and Guden, like, traveled hundreds upon well, actually, thousands upon thousands of miles to get here. So I think they know how to journey and not starve to death.
Oh yeah, no. Cal has been a nomad. He's traveled through like most of the places on this continent, so he's not too worried about that. It's more like, did we plan this, or are we just saying
No,
fuck it?
we're just journeying back.
So
Whatever-
does Cal bring it
whatever
up in
happens,
character,
happens.
We can retcon a conversation and have it.
No, I mean, if we didn't have it, we didn't have it. I think.
or? Alright, fair enough then.
I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page there.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, so I think once
I will be right back.
we get back on solid land, Magnolia kind of breathes a sigh of relief and places her palm on the ground. And I take the string off of Dumpling. But then I realize the utility of this thing. I think I'll just tie it on his antenna. With a firm knot so that I'm sure it's not going anywhere. And also I'm putting it on his antenna so that I can keep an eye on it. This should make journeying easier for him since he's lighter.
In theory.
But also, didn't Shadar expressly warn you not to do that?
Did she?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she said limit its use to the boat because it'll screw it. Like, I don't know if it'll have any like magical effects, but she said it would likely cause a lot of confusion.
For your bug.
Yeah.
He is easily confused, but Magnolia doesn't know that. She thinks he's a genius. Alright, fine. If that's what Shadar recommended, then I'm just gonna pocket the string for now.
The real question is, what would happen if you used it on yourself?
I suspect someday soon we're gonna figure that out. Probably as soon as we need to cross a frozen surface, I'll be using that on myself.
Fantastic. So, they let you off out onto the icy expanse. You saddle up your mounts.
I
and you
need
start
to.
to
Okay, yeah, no. I had to resummon mine, but it goes off. This time, Sprout reappears, but he's made out of snow and ice.
Ah. Well. The camels shake and look pretty content with this cold weather.
Camel don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they do not give a fuck. This could be negative 40 Celsius and they would not give a fuck.
Man, camels are freaks. Like, they can just do whatever. They
No,
can swim.
100% they can do whatever. It is terrifying. They will lose their entire, like, winter coat in, like, a day. If they go from cold to desert.
Camels are freaks. I hate them.
I need to learn how to be like the camel.
Adaptability.
Like, fucking... Look at this image. It is just a camel taking one step into a desert.
Hot damn.
Of course, right now, these guys are very, very, very fluffy. Like this.
How cute. It'll be a shame to see them get eaten.
You'll have to go through me first, DM.
Enemy!
We will die for our pets.
Don't tempt me. Okay. So, at a certain point, it is going to come to night, and your characters could try to trek through the tundra at night, but
No. No, we couldn't.
let me rephrase. That is a decision you could decide to make, but
But several of us would not be smart to make that decision.
Indeed.
So you settle down to have a nice little campfire, or a camp.
Okay,
Who knows? Maybe
actually,
you'll have fire, maybe you won't.
a realization I just had. This planet has Earth-like seasons, right?
That's right.
And that comes from a tilt of the planet, most likely, right?
That's right.
How long does night last here?
Ha. We are pretty close to the North Pole, so, I imagine the nights are pretty,
We might be in the permanent night.
I suppose that's up to the GM.
Actually, wait,
You
no,
are
it
not-
isn't winter. It isn't winter, so it might be permanent day.
No, you are in the in-between seasons where there is still like a brief period where there's night and day.
Sweet.
Cool. Yeah, let's set up camp. So, yeah, I mean, Magnolia's camp consists of a tent, and a bedroll in the tent.
Oh no, we got a schmeppy.
Yeah, so
That's not good.
Tolas and Guden kind of like have a circle of the camels. They have them sit down in the snow, and then they set up their tent in the middle. And then they invite any of the humanoid-sized people to join them in the middle of the camel windbreak.
I suppose that would just be Brinley and Rune.
I think in a similar vein, Cal is going to use the icy version of Sprout as kind of like a giant wall against the wind.
Well, but that's why your camp is set up amongst all these rocks. That's your windbreaker, right there. If you just open the schmeppy.
I
have
mean, that doesn't look like it'll be a windbreak, more like a wind tunnel at which we're at the middle of.
The GM
I
just said it's a
suppose it-
windbreak. It's a windbreak.
I suppose it depends what direction the wind is coming from.
Oh yeah, I
But-
mean, if it is coming from the
So GM, is it a wind tunnel or a windbreak?
It's a windbreak. That's the
Excellent.
intention.
let's go.
I'm back. What's going on?
No wind.
Let's set it up
Schmeppy
here.
has been linked.
Oh, okay, cool.
So we're about to get attacked in the middle of the night.
Cool. Oh, that reminds me. I should probably we spent all day doing stuff together. So I'm gonna make it.
Yeah, how so hang on a second. So did we get off the boat at the end of the second day or at the start of the third day?
Start of the third day.
Okay, and then we traveled for some hours before we camped?
Yeah, I mean, I presumed you traveled for a good portion of the day.
Okay, yeah, then for most of the day, Rune, you were behind Magnolia on Dumpling.
So I can only
Uh.
pass the sun in at 20.
Do it.
Come on.
Nope.
Do it, damn it!
Rune is looking haggard at this point. It's not like Rune seems to be able to fight off the fatigue, fight off the stress, but the hunger, the bloodlust, that raging storm of, it really is like it is a thirst for everything. It is life that Rune wants, and he hates it.
Yeah, I think Magnolia notices. Probably doesn't think about it for most of the day, and then when we're about to start setting up camp, we start dismounting, taking off saddlebags and whatnot. And last time, she just sort of picked up Rune like a kid to put him down on the ground. This time, she just sort of like gestures, "Come on, dismount by yourself."
Yeah, and I think this time knowing what to expect with 5 dexterity, I think that Rune would probably be able to do it pretty swiftly. Although there is like aggravation is the wrong word, but there is more like force in the step off of Beetle.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Dumpling's shell is like kind of big and slippery. It's all about deflecting attacks, right? So
Exactly.
yeah, you pretty much slide off him. Yeah, and Magnolia nods to you. Mind helping me set up camp, Rune?
Not at all. Hey. Yes. No. Let's do that. And will kind of like shake their head a little bit and try to busy themselves with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can tell Magnolia knows something's up, but she doesn't address it just yet.
Makes sense. Yeah. No, I think that Rune avoids beating Magnolia's gaze. They've already had this conversation. In
I've heard
Rune's
half
mind,
of it.
Rune's they have had half of it. You know what the best part is?
Yeah.
You don't roll against hunger, you roll against bloodlust, and that shit doesn't go down until you hibernate or slake.
That's right.
So Rune has gotten himself into the position of only being able to pass on a nat 20.
Oh dear. Oh god, wait, until you hibernate or slate. Jesus.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's good. I like it that way, personally.
That is so brutal.
It is.
Oh
Wait,
man,
what's-
I thought
what's
that it
for
was
you?
until you hibernate or feed, the bloodlust would go
No.
down, but no. Wow, so we're gonna need to like stick in place for like half a day at least for you to hibernate at some point. Unless we
Yep.
get you to slake. And jeez.
Question is, who would we get him to slake on?
It's also
Hmm.
getting Rune to slake
Pretty
would be
much
another.
anything that isn't a beast. So some sort of supernatural creature, presumably.
Yeah, Rune is not Brenimir. Rune. The whole issue
Just
for.
murder some random,
Yeah.
supernatural being.
Yeah, kill like a gnome with a big red pointy hat. Fucking slash his neck and suck out his lifeblood.
I don't know about that, Chief.
Fairy lives don't
Uh,
matter today.
So I found this big fat guy in a red suit. Drink him.
No.
Oh, he looks so happy though. He tastes like milk and cookies.
And
You
beer?
see, you may not like it, but this guy here, he's racist and also classist. He barely visits lower income families.
Oh no. Do you think Santa's cum would taste like eggnog?
Stop.
He
Fucking
sees
stop.
you when you're sleeping. He
He
knows
knows what
you're
sins you
awake.
commit. Kasha, you
saw
are
Mommy
not getting
wrestling
any Christmas
Santa
presents this
Claus.
year. All because you asked if Santa's cum tastes like eggnog.
See, these questions, they beg to be asked, but few have the bravery to ask them.
They don't beg to be asked. They are shot upon questioning.
Shot with
Okay.
what, Fel?
A
They are
gun.
the deep, dark thoughts. They are the deep, dark thoughts that none of us wish to ask.
Except for me, apparently.
Okay. Let's start with Kasha. What color do you want?
Ah. Purple. Yeah, give me like a bright purple. Kind of a, oh god, what's the color? What's the word? But yeah, bright purple. Violet, kind of.
How's that?
That's great, perfect. Make me large.
You have GM tag. Make your damn self large.
Huh? Oh my god, I do.
Telson, what color do you want?
I'll take platinum.
Fucking platinum.
The hex code is hashtag E5E4E2.
Boink. And you want Tolas and Gurren to have the same color, or?
Some fucking yellow for good end for now. If they're even, like, not a mouse right now.
Alright, TJ, what color do you want?
Let's do like a a leathery brown type color.
And what color for Rune?
Light blue if that's available.
It is. Right, so I reckon Magnolia and Cal are probably like stacking a little bit like this.
Hmm.
Maybe we somehow combined
Mhm.
our tents into one super tent.
It's just like a tent, and then it's on next to tent is like canvas and sticks holding it up together.
Yeah, I think
So now, the ever important question: who's on first watch? Or is anybody even taking a shift of watch, or are we just expecting
no,
the
we
vampire who
definitely
doesn't
take
sleep?
watches now. We take watch shifts now.
Yeah, I think here.
I think Rune is kind of constantly, but
Durin can just
sorry,
help
excuse me.
whoever else is on watch.
I was about to
Exactly.
say, yeah, Rune can just give help actions to everyone on watch.
I don't,
Exactly.
I don't think that is Rune even good enough to provide a help action on that skill.
No.
No, but Thinger is.
Hey, who knows? Maybe Rune will crit.
Singer!
Here gives help.
Thinger gives help. Rune will watch through
All
Singer's
right.
perspective.
Who's first watch then? I think Tolos is feeling pretty good.
Take it.
All right, yeah, Tolos is gonna take first watch.
Ooh, also. No, never mind. I think. Never mind, never mind. There's something Magnolia is going to do when it's her shift on watch.
All right, well,
Alright, go ahead and make your perception checks then.
would this be a sight one
Folks
or
on
hearing?
first it is dark, so beyond your firelight anyway, so hearing.
Hmm.
And then I will say throughout the night, maybe not throughout the entire night, but into the night, definitely on first watch, Rune seems to be making some sort of concoction with some alchemist
Actually,
tools
this is odd,
Nice.
but
and a jar of testicles.
I choose to make this a sight-based perception check anyways.
Why?
Because Sage's sight says that I ignore penalties on perception checks.
Do you have
Yeah.
dark vision? Night vision?
Well, I mean,
Doesn't matter. Disadvantage is a
No, it does
penalty.
matter. It absolutely matters. You have night vision?
I don't.
Then truly dark areas are imperceptible to you. That isn't a
But
penalty. That's flat out nothing.
this could not be a truly dark area. Have you been?
I mean,
Well,
yeah, we've got a fire. There's the moon and stars. So unless there's
it's also the fact that we're in a snowy area. If you haven't been
and
out in a field of snow, it
I was
is
about
almost as bright as day sometimes.
that was
I've
going to be
been
my
out in
next
a field
point.
of snow.
And
Uh,
any snow will amplify just about any light.
Fair enough. It's up to the GM.
Go ahead.
Okay, that means that I technically get my advantage then. But if this thing's invisible, then it doesn't matter.
Roll it.
19.
19. Cool.
Oh,
cool.
I just remembered as well. I need a token for zombie.
Oh, zombies here.
Oh, the Zambi.
I'll cover that. Got it.
Thank you.
Little Mr. Zombie.
Okay, cool. So with a 19, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. You hear something echoing over the snow in the distance, Tolas.
Oh, well, clearly I was looking, so...
So okay, so looking. You know what you notice actually? You notice the fact that there's no like small game anywhere.
Hmm. Have I seen any during our trip the past day?
There was some out and about even when you first arrived here. Small like vermin that like aren't really like worth trying to kill to eat.
Mhm.
But they, for whatever reason, maybe just because they're asleep, or maybe because something else is nearby, have completely shuttered into whatever burrow they live in and are not out anymore.
Mhm. Hey, Rune,
Yeah. You okay?
do you
And
think
kind of
we've
like puts
scared
down a
off...
mortar and pestle.
Do you think we've scared off all the small stuff, or maybe is there something else in this area? The small
I mean, it's
creatures, like mice and...
I mean, it's possible that we've scared them off, but I've been more than my fair share of little excursions like this, and we have still run across small animals.
Hmm.
Mind you, that was before I became a vampire and traveled in the company of a zombie. But honestly, I would let your guard down.
Yes, I agree. Um... hmm.
You know,
I
I
think
can have. What were
I
you going to
think
say?
it would be for the best if I tried to send out a scout.
Yeah, I was also going to say I could send Singer out. We could do both, send them in opposite directions.
Yes, I agree.
Right then.
And Tolos is going to cast Conjure. What was it? Basic Conjuring. Yeah, that's enough.
Whew, that was a close
Hell
one.
yeah.
And they're going to summon an air spirit, which will quickly start scooting off through the snow, looking around as quickly as it can before it'll disappear.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to say, Singer, could you just scan the area over there? You don't have to take too long, but try to be as thorough as you can.
Fine. Yeah,
We'll
take
find
that.
something. Yeah.
What's up?
I was going to say, we'll find you a treat soon, I promise.
Even better. So yeah, Singer goes looking.
Oh, good. Since this technically lasts until a scene ends, it should be a good enough spell to scout for a scene.
Cool. Cool. So how far does Singer and the Elemental go exactly?
I think first he's just gonna go up a lot and see if there's any. I mean, I'm not sure how good the visibility is, like how much cover rocks and trees and whatnot there is, but I think starting off by going like, I don't know, 90, 120 feet up in the air would be a good start.
There is not a ton of cover that at least Singer would find as obvious cover for something to prowl up on them. Yeah, there's a lot of snow. There are some rocks. There's some trees. But a lot of it is just open, icy tundra.
Cool. Then he'll fly out over the area that Runevald's indicated.
So Singer also notes that the small game is gone, but have a Singer make the perception check of their own.
Alright. We're still missing a stat block, so we're just gonna assume he's got some kind of positive modifier being a bird, and we'll rolled a natural 13.
Cool. Yeah, Singer, you do notice something. You swoop in low, and you spot some tracks through the snow. They are many-toed and clawed, but
Which way are the tracks going? Can I tell from this high?
they were approaching where you guys were camped, stopped, and turned around.
Okay. Is it just the one set of tracks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll report all this back to Runevald telepathically, and then arrive back.
Thanks. Yeah, so just and then Rune will relay that to Tolas.
Ooh, and actually, if it was just the one set of tracks, Singer would have also gone right up to them and tried to see what kind of creature it is, based on the footprint.
How familiar is Singer with identifying mammal tracks?
Usually it doesn't matter how big or what kind the animal is, so long as it walks on the thin ice. And yeah, but Runevald might be more familiar, so Singer will say, "Hey, Rune, take a look at this."
I mean, I could try.
Share senses with Rune.
Yeah,
So
Rune
you can
does
just
look.
see the tracks.
Yep, them some real big wolf tracks.
It's a wolf, it appears. And I will find hazard a guess. Holy shit, those are big.
Lone wolf, by the looks of it.
Which could be either very good or very bad for us. You know, many lone wolves are lone wolves because they weren't strong enough to stay with the main pack. Of course, you also have the inverse at times.
Is Rune saying their side of the conversation out loud?
Yeah, I do think so.
I'd imagine that if this wolf was in a pack, it might be going to get them.
That could be the case.
I don't think we can handle 3 giant wolves, let alone however many more would be in a pack.
I would be hesitant before fighting multiple giant wolves. I mean, to be honest, I'd be hesitant to fight a single giant wolf. Let's see what we can do, though.
I can fly out further. See if I can find them.
Yeah, do that if you don't mind. We'll find you an extra frozen corpse for your efforts.
All right, if I don't come back, you know what happened.
I will bring you back if you don't come back.
Yeah, so Rune flies off, gonna follow those footprints until they arrive at a creature.
Hmm. Yes. So you follow those tracks, and it doesn't take you long to come across a pack of direwolves that are moving back that direction. Fast.
Wow.
Real fucking fast.
Oh god, it's a race then. I'm gonna try to zoom back ASAP. Oh, also, I figure the Raven stat block will do quite nicely for Singer.
How
Yeah.
far does the telepathy work?
I was just about to ask that.
I gotta open up the spells thing real quick. But I
Because
think
you
it's
deleted it from your sheet.
isn't it? Yeah, no, isn't
Incompetent
it
mage.
just like infinite range as long as it's on this plane or something like that? Because I know we had it listed as a distance, and then we were like, why? But I don't know if we actually changed it. One sec. Bring it up now.
Oh my god, in
Nines.
this party of like 3 mages, one of you should have the spell stock open.
Let's
I
see.
do. I'm finding the spell
Familiar.
now.
Number of miles equal to MP. So 1 mile.
1 mile.
Ooh.
We're
Was Singer
fucked.
within 1 mile when they spotted the wolves?
No.
Alright, so I guess it's a race to see who gets to 1 mile range first.
How fast is
So he's got a 30-foot fly speed. He also has +3 dexterity if we can turn this into some sort of chase contest, which typically is done with a round of best of 3. Best of 3 checks.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we can do that. And
Great.
we'll say the wolves are rolling what? Athletics?
Up to you. But sure, seems appropriate. Alright, here's
And
Singer's first dexterity.
I think I'll just make one check collectively for the wolves.
Alright. Singer's lost once.
Only
Trying to do all the
Nick 2 even
arrows.
worse. Great, great.
We're actually lost one! We're fucked. Actually useless bird.
should have just had Carl set up.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Should have just had Cal set up telepathy before we all went to bed.
Rip.
Rip.
So I guess the wolves get to within 1 mile of the party before Singer does. Of course, it's
The
up
real
to you,
question
GM, how
is,
far Singer fell behind.
You know,
yeah, the question is,
I
do they
think,
get to the
I think roll initiative.
You
Oh, boy.
think roll initiative. Alright, got it.
All of us?
Yeah, all of you.
Yeah, so in this patch, you can use dexterity or wisdom for initiative now. D8 plus dex or wisdom, your choice.
Yahoo!
Yes, I got. I'll put mine down.
Hey. Look at that. Max I can roll. That is to say.
You know you can. Wait, you know you can use Dex, right?
Oh, you can use Dex? I'm sorry.
Yep,
That
yeah,
would
it
be.
says you can use Wiz
I-
or dex.
Sorry, that would instead be a 13 then.
I
Holy.
was about to say, how did you get a -4 in both stats?
We're fucked, baby. We're fucked.
Well,
There we go.
Cal's got healer. Can heal.
We ain't doing shit against a pack of dire wolves. We're just dead.
I also
We are
do,
level 2.
If you like,
Means we're
let's
probably
see.
fine.
Aren't dire wolves like
I
a level?
don't think about it, Morty. So the
We got this.
let's see. I'm not sure if I have a rule written down for this, but personally, I've taken to when there's like more than 3 creatures in a group, splitting it up into multiple initiative counts, so that they don't all go at once. Totally up to
Yeah,
you if you want to do that, but
we'll do. I don't know. Split the dire wolves into one at 8 and one at something else.
yeah, one at
What's
like I mean
the?
4 would make sense. Maybe just below Gurren.
Yeah, that'll do. What's
Actually,
the
probably
question?
between Tekal and Gurren.
What's the
Yeah, I was
question
about to
marks from?
That's a good question. What's the question mark?
The other block, which is right next to that block. If you were going to use that and my idea that I sent you, I don't know.
Oh, you motherfucker!
So everyone's been thinking about backups, right?
There we go.
My backup will be a different kind of necromancer.
Alright, so you've already used the normal necromancer.
It's not.
Now
No,
you
they're
use the
gonna all be
plant
wildly different
necromancer.
characters. They're just all gonna be necromancers.
Alright, so what's the third one gonna be? Like a flesh crafting necromancer?
No. This one will be once more a traditional necromancer. I just mean like their personality is going to be different.
Okay.
Because like Rune and Branimir are wildly different characters. They're just both necromancers.
No, what I was more talking about how, first was very classic necromancy, second was plant necromancy, third you could have like I don't know, ice necromancy or something.
True, maybe like a demonic or like a specifically
Ooh,
going
demonic
for like
necromancy!
really monsters.
Demonic necromancy!
Yeah, demonic
necromancy
will be demonic necromancy is
This
the backup.
conversation seems inappropriate to the tension the GM so lovingly built.
Oh, whoops.
How soon... Oh god. How long before the wolves are upon us can Singer get any sort of warning to,
Actually, okay, so I'm gonna make a nice little... Do I need to make a check? I really do feel...
He lost pretty bad.
He did lose pretty bad. Also, oh god, also ice parrots, they're not built for long journeys.
Okay, so this is a weird note that I do want to make. I think Tolas might just wake up some of the camp members because we had any idea that there were wolves out here.
Oh, I'm not presuming that the wolves are catching you guys asleep.
Okay. Yeah,
Cool,
so I do think Tolas woke some people up, like, there might be wolves out here.
In that case, yeah, I guess Magnolia would, like, kind of get up. I think she sleeps in... oh god. Never mind, loop back to main later.
The question is, how many people sleep? How many of us sleep with our armor on?
Right, so I've previously described my armor as a combination of, metal and hardened leather pieces. Heavy armor takes 30 minutes to don. Let's see.
Oh, that is...
Gauging the pros and cons. No, yeah, Magnolia is paranoid enough to sleep in heavy armor this night, regardless of what consequence that may have brought her. But I do think after this night she might have reconsidered for future nights. But I guess it's heavy armor all day, every day, baby.
Is there a penalty for sleeping in heavy armor?
No mechanical one, but I would have brought it up to Damien.
Okay, because Cal's also probably sleeping in his armor, but his is also like an old worn breastplate. It's not like full armor, so it's probably
I would assume
slightly
some
more.
sort of penalty to like fatigue recovery or make a save, or else you can't recover fatigue or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think Haroon was sleeping in his armor, but once everyone else was getting prepared, like would have donned it.
Yeah, if it's light armor, that only takes 5 minutes to don.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not not too long before you have not heard back from Singer yet, but you hear thundering footpads.
Well, that's good.
All right, and we're in initiative.
Yep.
Okay. I don't see any of them.
So we're gonna say that they have the battle map looks as you can see it on the map right now.
Okay.
And yeah, rolling up on you guys is 3 dire wolves and a dire bear.
No!
Speaking of that 20-foot giant bear that they were talking about, there one is.
We're just
Awesome.
dead here, boys.
I'm gonna take. I believe in us. I'm gonna take Singer off.
Believe we can die.
Aaron, now Rune is going to clock this one that's rolling up on us right now. Is going to take the defend action. And like they pull their sword out of the scabbard and it sings this otherworldly song as it comes through the air. The blade is like this blue-green opalescent pattern to it. And as they twirl it in hand and raise it up, there are ice crystals that gather around Rune's body. That is taking the defend action, and then also Rune is going to say something in Huldusku and cast Hex on this guy. Make that spell test real quick.
Okay. It is
That
time
is 16. It goes off. I'm going to choose might saves for it to have disadvantage on, and when my turn ends, it takes 7 psychic damage.
Okay, and this is which
As
creature you put that on?
the bottom wolf, this guy.
Bottom wolf. Bottom wolf. That's his name now.
Yeah, as Runvald's eyes glow red as this like leaping mist comes to swirl around this wolf. Its eyes start to gloss over as well, and a bit of blood leaks from its ears. And that is Rune's turn.
When does your the thing that damages things you're concentrating on, when does that take effect?
It is end of my turn, so that's what that was.
Okay, good. Yeah, how much damage was it again?
7 psychic damage. Yeah.
Cool. So it's already taken 7 now. Great. Next up is Tolus and Magnolia. You can go first if you like to.
Oh, you can go first.
Alrighty. So Magnolia. Let's see. Damn, I wish I was closer to that dire. Or do I? No, I don't. I need to defend my team. Let's see. Tolos has a summon, so she'll be fine with that. Runvald has a zombie right now. That's pretty good.
Well, she doesn't
Okay,
currently have a summon.
Right. I'm gonna kick things off by walking over to here. Yeah, I know you don't have a summon, but you're gonna have one this turn, so. Yeah, so I'm nice and within 20-ish feet of everybody. I'm going to start by... Oh yeah, by the way, Magnolia's eyes were green today. Bright spring green.
Spooky.
I'm gonna raise shield. Say, come to me if you want cover. My shield's raised, we're good. So I can see the dire bear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I see those two wolves at the top of the cliff there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Excellent.
Leering down at you hungrily.
Great. In that case, I think now's as good a time as any to tell a joke.
Oh no.
I love it.
Hey, animals! Do you know why geese fly south for the winter? Because walking takes too long.
And all of these animals, it doesn't matter if they understand me, they start laughing hysterically. They don't have to make a save, there's nothing. They just start laughing. They can't speak intelligibly, not that they would anyway, and they're faltered. And at the end of their turn, they can make a charisma save to try to shrug this effect off. They can do everything normal, they're just faltered. And they're
That's
So
laughing,
disadvantage on everything.
pretty much.
oh, just disadvantage on everything that matters.
And that was one action. Or, right, I did 1, 2, yeah. And then for my last action... I'd like to search, actually. No. I'd like to taunt. Yes.
You're taunting?
Yeah, I'm gonna taunt the dire bear to make sure it's gonna target me. So I'm gonna make a authority check, and it needs to make... Actually, I'll do intimidation. And it needs to roll a... The hell? Oh, right, because this is now under influence contest. Yeah, I'll roll authority. No, I'll roll intimidation, so it needs to make a charisma save. Sorry for the delay.
Charisma?
Yep. I rolled a 23.
Well,
And it's got
giant bears are known for
disadvantage.
charisma.
I agree.
I don't think it would have... Wait, does Falter do saves?
I think. Let me check. Disadvantage on
Falter-
tests.
Yeah, saves are not tests in this game.
Okay.
Okay, so I taunt it successfully. I think what Magnolia does is, says a whole thing about cover, and then squares up with the giant bear, locks eyes with it, and just does a roar of her own back at it. Kind of puffing out her shoulders, trying to look as big and intimidating as possible as she unsheathes her blade and spins it once, daring it to come the fuck at her. And that's it for Magnolia's turn.
Cool.
Tolas?
Yeah, Tolas is going to quickly summon a little assist for us.
I'll be right back.
More her. Yeah, and that is this time, a creature of stone quickly cobbles together out of seemingly nowhere as it is brought forth, and it stands and immediately guards Tolas. Can I get a token for that thing?
Yes. 1 second, sorry.
Oh, good.
Just getting a different color. Boink. I
Which
put it
thing
right
is
next
it?
to the
This-
campfire.
I see. Yeah, so, yeah, it is now there, and, with that casting, Tolas activated, well, I should say, Tolas pulls out her sword and slashes it, and with that casts this spell. This sword is in the, I guess, inside of the staff that she holds. And, yeah, she slashes it. And, so this strange stone golem figure rises from the ground. And, then... I think that's it for now. Yeah, she's going to use Trip. Actually, no, Trip is pointless here. She's going to use God, forceful. God damn it. Fucking Chamber. Chamber. Yes, Chamber. That's a good one. Yep. Okay.
Alright,
So
that's
that's
all for
something I now
Tollus?
have. Yeah. Yep. Tollus actually, I think. You can still be guarded by somebody if you keep within a certain number of feet with them, right?
That's right. You can also move with the person who's guarding you. Like
All
when you
right.
move, you can take them with you.
Yeah. So she's just gonna get up
To a limited
against this
extent.
cliff face and whisper for Gooden to do something that will keep this area good.
Yeah, the way it
But
works is you do move at half speed if you're taking the person who's guarding you with you.
that should work fine. Just
Great.
moved a little bit.
Then next up are the direwolves. Because I
Hungry,
assume they're
hungry
no
wolves.
longer in groups.
Yes, because upon reading your idea, I decreased the number of them, so I didn't think it was necessary.
Indeed.
All right. So how fast are these? Yeah, they're fast as hell. 10, 10, 10. They had to drop a little bit to get there, but that's fine.
Remember, the first move action is free.
Yep. 5, 10.
Oh, actually, there is one action thing that Tollus can do, which is going to be watch. Yeah, activate Avail of the Ancients Watchful. It doesn't change anything. It's just the campfire is now a 40-foot area of bright light. And we have advantage on scrutiny and perception checks while within 40 feet of the campfire. As
Ooh,
it now
nice.
dances with figures singing and dancing.
Yeah, light's good to have.
Whoops. All right. So now, damn, this one right here was really hoping it was going to get close enough to Runewald.
It couldn't get close enough in 2 move actions?
No, it's short by 5 feet.
In 2 move actions?
Yay.
Wow.
Yay for Runwald.
Because the first one's free, and then they could take it.
I know. No, I know.
Wow.
Runwald lives to fight another turn.
Hmm.
Or good tricks up the sleeve.
But anyway, yeah. So that summon that Tollus has, it's guarding Tollus, yeah.
Yeah.
I think its day is about to get ruined.
Hopefully not.
I think its whole entire day is about to get ruined. That's a dirty 20.
That does hit.
$11 damage.
What kind of damage?
This is not written on the block, but presumably
a bite?
piercing because this is a bite.
Oh, yeah, okay. The Earth Spirit takes 1 damage.
Your spirit is also grappled.
It does not give a single shit about being grappled.
It gives no fucks.
Nice.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this thing was stronger than the than the direwolf, as it does have a +5 might.
And then poor Gurren. Poor Gurren.
I should say, Guden was meant to be kind of like pressed against this wall hiding, but yeah, came around that way, I guess.
Ugh! It's not a crit. It's not a crit. That's what matters. It's not a crit.
Praise our Jesus. Lord be merciful.
Oh, that's good.
But merciful indeed. 7 damage. Crunch.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, technically I should have called it before I... Also, I'm not leaving Cal.
Mm,
Or am I?
you know Cal can fend for himself pretty well.
Never mind. I wouldn't be able to get within martyrdoming range. Oof.
Cool. Yeah, so that's it for the direwolves. So, Cal.
Okay. So, Cal. Ooh, do I want to help Runewald or Tolis and Gurren? I
Rune
guess
doesn't
probably.
look worried.
Yeah, so I guess Cal will get over to the other side of Magnolia. First thing I'm going to do is smack this dire wolf with my quarterstaff. Okay, that is almost definitely not going to hit. No, it does not hit.
What did you roll?
A 9.
A 9, you say?
Oop.
No, it doesn't hit.
This is a bit late, GM, but that wolf should have had disadvantage on its strike against Gurren.
Oh, and the
other one who hit the
golem,
stone
too.
golem as well. They are both laughing hysterically. They're faltered. Only bottom wolf is unaffected by the laughter.
Oh, that's right.
It still hits the
so-
golem.
All right, and how about the one against
And-
Gurren?
That still hits good.
Unfortunate. All right, carry on, Kel.
Pain.
But so I missed with my quarterstaff, but then as one action, I am going to cast Fell Tentacles, and I am going to use Mystic Weapon Art to give them the Forceful property. And what DC do I need? Okay. Oh yeah, that's gonna go off. And does I'm assuming the spell test for that can also be the spell strike that or when you
That is how the first action of Spell Tentacle works,
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
okay.
I believe.
It's how it should
Yeah,
work.
because it says it can be part of the casting action. Well,
Yeah, if it says if
So,
it can be part of the casting action, then it is just spell test. then.
okay. So that is going to be a 21 to hit.
And you're aiming for a direwolf?
Yeah, the one that is actually how far? Yeah, no, it's gonna have to be the one going after the summon because I don't have enough reach to hit the either of the others.
Cool. Roll damage.
So, ooh, max damage 9.
9
And the way
damage.
this works, so Cal swings with his staff and kind of I think he overestimates and kind of swings over the wolf's head, and then he plants the staff in the ground. And Cal is also an aquamancer, so as he slams the staff into the ground, the snow starts swirling up around the staff and around Cal's arms, and he starts using the snow as almost like a whip as he then whips this dire wolf. And that is Cal's turn.
Gurren.
All right. Good Ed is going to, like any person who is now face to face with a giant wolf, not be face to face with a giant wolf by turning into a minuscule mouse, disengaging and hiding in the snow somewhere.
That is the smartest decision I think Gurren could have made in this scenario.
Yes. Because otherwise it's kind of just fucking death for her specifically. She might reappear somewhere else, but for now.
For now, just hide the snow.
Then
Be
it's the better
safe.
bear's turn.
The bear.
The fucking bear.
Remember, it's taunted by Magnolia. It has to target her, if anyone.
Correct.
It's also laughing hysterically.
Which, well, that's interesting. Well, that doesn't matter really because its first strike is going to be replaced. And, Cal and Magnolia, I need you both to make charisma saves.
Okay.
Riz-
I'm great at that.
Okay, 16.
I got 23.
Wow, congratulations. You both pass and are immune to this fear effect for one day as the bear charges forward, roaring at the two of you. Clearly trying to scare you with that roar, but you are able to steel yourselves enough to not fall under the monstrous creature's sway. However, Magnolia, it's then gonna try to bite you.
Hell yeah! She raises her shield in preparation.
Oh god, that's a big bear, man.
It misses.
13.
Total miss.
No, it has disadvantage. That's 10.
Oh, yeah,
true.
sure.
Not that it really matters. It's a miss either way.
Yeah, no, so Magnolia manages to cram her wooden tower shields kind of into its face so that its jaws can't really catch much. Some of the overbite of its fangs manage to get over the lip of the shield, but she continuously fights it back.
And let's see here.
Back up to Rune then?
Yeah, I think we're back up to Rune because yeah, no single action activities for this creature.
All right. In that case, Rune is going to give telepathic order to the zombie to defend me, kill the beast. And so he's going to take the step in front of Rune, take the guard action, and then take a swing at the wolf. That is a 17 to hit the wolf.
17 to hit the wolf. Will hit.
So it takes 4 crushing damage and is now grappled, and then is going to try to bite the wolf.
Cool.
It's only a 6, so I assume it does not bite the wolf, but it is grappling it.
Cool.
Actually, do you get any bonuses if a creature is grappled?
Yeah, +1.
+1, so it wouldn't affect that, but that's everyone gets a +1 against that creature?
That's right.
Awesome, because Rune is about to try to fry it with a tier 3 Murky Skewer doing fire damage.
Do you have any stress?
I do. I think have one stress, so it will like count. Yeah,
That'll
so I
be a
can
-1
counteract.
penalty to strikes. Do you have any
Yeah.
fatigue?
I do have a fatigue. How much is that?
-1 penalty to strikes.
Okay, so it's only
So
minus
-2
6.
total.
Then +1 from that, so it's only -1. That's a 13, which I don't think on its own is enough, but I am going to pump 2 rectifies into this to make that a 17,
17 will hit.
which both passes and hits. I'm going to smite on this. So it's now dealing fire damage and cold damage. Does it resist either of those?
So I will tell you now, the direwolf is bloodied. Does that change your decision on whether or not you're smiting?
Oh, yes. Yes, it does. Absolutely changed my decision. Okay. So it is just gonna be the spell. 2d8 plus 8. It takes 17 fire damage.
So that would have killed it if it was undamaged.
Yeah. Oh man, it didn't even get to deal the additional 7 damage at the end of it. So that's gonna be Rune's turn. As Rune just like the zombie moves, latches onto this wolf. Rune says another few words in Hulusku. Fire swirls around their palm as a few arcane glyphs surround their hand, and they just unleash this blast of fire that just takes out the side of the wolf's head before Rune like dispassionately looks at the next wolf, and that's gonna be Rune's turn. Oh, actually, Rune is going to moving with the zombie to be guarded. Move up to here, and the zombie will move here. That'll be Rune's turn.
Next up, Tolus and Magnolia. Would you like to go first, Tolus?
Yeah, Tolos will go first. Because what happens might be funny, or it might not be. Tolos is going to step to the side, trying to get a good view between the summon and Cal, and then right between that big dire wolf and that bear, they're going to plant a Calamity Cube at tier 3.
Hey.
Please be a good roll. It's a fucking great roll.
Holy.
I'm so glad I said tier 3 too, because that's extra damage. Yeah, so Tolos, oh, right, I should have said, but, frickin', they were gonna use, god damn it, they were going to use Trip? Right, it would have been Trip. They were going to use Trip for this, so that's just, you know, how it's gonna be. So yeah, they slash the sword again, and this wave of energy causes this long dead plant life to rip up out of the ground, dealing 14 damage to the bear and the wolf, as they are both they need to make a dex save, which would beat a 27.
A 27. Well, you know, they could crit.
They don't.
No.
Yeah, so they are both knocked prone, and the bear is actually, I do need a clarification here. You can push one target 15 feet. Does that include up?
No.
It shouldn't.
Well, here's the thing. Topple says horizontally specifically, while Trip just says you can push one target 15 feet. Okay. Yeah, so the bear is going to get launched 15 feet backwards.
You misled me, Tel.
Oh. Well.
Wait, no, you said Trip. Oh, Trip, not Topple.
Yes, true. Yeah. So it is launched 15 feet back and knocked prone.
The summon's turn also occurs on Tolus's turn.
Yep, and it is going to move around Tolus to block her from the wolf, and then it is going to attempt to punch this wolf in the face. That is a 17.
17 hits.
Yeehaw. And that is 3 damage. I don't need to roll. This thing does 1 crushing damage by default.
So it's how much damage? 3?
3. 3 damage. Also, it has a minus D4 on its next strike. I'll keep track of that for you.
Noted. Cool. Anything else?
No.
So, suppose
Actually,
it's
wait.
Magnolia's turn.
Wait, Tullis has 1 action left. She can do a funny.
Then do the funny.
You can do a funny. Yeah, Tullis is going to cast Housework. And she is going to use one of the jars of oil in her luggage to attempt to douse the wolf down by the zombie, Rubivald, and the summon in oil. And she is using light with Housework, and that is a tier 1 spell, so she can use light with it.
Mm-hmm.
D20 plus 7. Oof. Does an 11 pass a tier 1? It does, barely. It needs to pass a
Yeah.
DC 11 dex save.
A DC 11 dex save.
Struggling there.
Alright, it is now doused in oil.
I see we're committing war crimes now. Fantastic.
Yes.
Is it really a war crime if they're not mortal?
Yes.
Alright, if that's it for Tolus.
That is Tullis's turn now.
Nice trick there, by the way.
Which
yeah,
trick?
Magnolia will... Magnolia will...
Oh, God.
I mean, get rid of that. No, I gotta keep up a defensive front against this fucking dire bear. Actually, well, that's the funny thing, isn't it? It has to target me. Even if there's more of my allies between me and it.
Well, I mean, that wolf is gonna explode the moment Runvald gets to have a turn.
Things going up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, probably. No, yeah, you're right. Okay, fuck it. In that case, the only other enemy I see, I mean, yeah, it seems like the rest
Is
of the
the
team
prone
has a
bear.
covered. So yeah, so I'll run right up and try to stab the bear. With advantage, thanks to it being prone.
Let's go.
This bear, Aw, well that's just sad. I got a 12 to hit.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's gonna miss. You
Do
do
we
not
have bones?
penetrate the bear's hide.
We do have bones.
We got bones?
Yeah, we do have bones.
Yeah,
You
bones.
seriously
Bones,
want a bone
bones,
here?
Bones.
Yeah.
Bones.
Seriously? I'll quote you on that. Oh, wait, hold on. If we have bones, we have combo points. Somebody give me a combo point, please.
Oh yeah, Cal, just give me
Cal,
a combo.
Do we have
Yeah,
combo
Cal.
points?
Yeah.
Do we?
Why would you not?
Great.
Okay.
Alright, in that case, I get a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Huzzah! Here's the damage. Yep, just double checking. 11 slashing damage. And the hook sword has the chamber property. That bear has minus D4 on its next strike. There's also a logistical matter that we forgot. At the end of the dire bear's turn, it should have retried its charisma save. Or, not retried, but made a charisma save to try to stop laughing.
True. What's the DC?
The DC is 14.
It
And it passes.
did it.
Stops laughing. I guess Magnolia slashes across its flank with her hook sword, and then glances at the sword. There's only like a few droplets of blood, and glances up at the bear in horror as it stops laughing. And as my last action, I raise shield.
Oh, that's right. The wolf should have made that roll too.
True.
What?
Wow. Okay.
Avray, you bitch.
Cool.
You know what? I think you need funnier jokes.
It's fine. I could make them start laughing again if I really wanted to, but anyway. So that's it for Magnolia. Next up, direwolves.
Alpha Yuck can do it again. Okay, the direwolf. The direwolf. What's the move here? We'll zoom in here a little bit to get a better idea of our situation here. You know, that zombie doesn't look like it tastes very good.
Does the rock look tastier?
It
It's the
does.
fun thing about guard, isn't it?
This
I mean, unless it jumps past everybody and attacks Cal. Wait, who is the wolf attacking?
That's a great question. It's attacking the campfire.
You know, I think it's gonna get to there, and then you know what? The choices are dirt and or zombie, so we're gonna bite that zombie. Cause fuck that zombie.
To be fair,
R.I.P.
zombie
zombie.
easy target.
Maybe I will later.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, that hits.
Tonight.
R.I.P. Zombro.
11 damage.
Zombie is bloodied by that. It's as it like this wolf like snarls, I imagine, and rips into its shoulder.
That's all for Wolf.
Yep, that's it for the wolf.
Next up, Cal.
Okay. Well, I saw how easily Runvald was able to dispose of that last wolf. So I guess I'm heading up. And I'm going to smack this bear with my staff first. Okay, that's a 21 to hit.
Let's go.
Remember advantage due to prone.
So, oh, advantage. Let's see if I crit. I do not crit. And I'm assuming a 21 hits the bear. So that is, oh, that's a 9. So 14 damage.
How much damage?
14.
14. Cool.
That's a cool damage number for a quarterstaff. Damn.
Right.
D12 plus 5.
Hell yeah.
And I only have plus 3 might.
Oh yeah. Big.
It pays to be big.
That sure does. Dividends.
Oh, and that reminds me, I forgot that my fell tentacles should be getting extra damage too because they are also large. I'll keep that in mind this round as I smack this guy with ice whip. That is a nat 19. So that is 4 plus 7 damage is
Oh man. If only you
8.
made the tentacles fatal instead.
So that is another 8 damage.
8 damage. Whoops.
As Cal starts wailing on this bear with staff and ice.
Hell yeah.
Whew,
Smash.
nice shot.
Smashing. Okay, so Gurren. Is Gurren just gonna stay hidden?
I think poking their little mouse face out, they see things are mostly handled, and they're gonna just sit in the snow for a little bit longer.
Dire Bear then.
Dire Bear. Dire Bear. So the question is, do we attack You know what? This is an animal. Cal was just attacking us.
Is it still under the effects of taunt? I think it's until the end of this turn.
Yes, yeah. After this turn, taunt will wear off, but right now it still has to target me.
Oh, well that's unfortunate for you.
I don't know. I raised my shield. I'm feeling pretty lucky.
You feeling lucky, punk? We'll say hello to this nat 20 by Damien over here. Never mind.
It's not a nat 20, but it's a dirty 20.
Yeah, my defense is 22.
Not
You miss.
enough.
Wah,
Do I spend a narrative resource on this?
Why not?
Just-
I mean, the bear can have a combo point from its friend's ghost. It's
Dog.
worse.
Rip.
Rip bear.
Well, that's okay because it can still make its second strike without that D4.
Let's see.
No.
Rip.
Also, it didn't get up from prone, did it?
I mean, it will.
Yeah, but
I
if
mean-
it hadn't, then it's making these strikes a disadvantage too.
Oh, that's dumb.
I think the assumption is that it did get up from being prone, because prone no longer activates attacks of opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it did, getting up was the first thing it did.
Wow, goddamn. These enemies are just having really garbage rolls, honestly.
Like
Yeah.
we sh-
The only time they've been lucky is attacking the rock and Gooden.
Legit. That's all for Dire Bear?
Yeah, and we come to the top of this new round, and boink, and boink, and boink.
What are all of those points?
Yeah, Maggie calls out, "More fuel for the fire!"
And,
what?
Runewald, it's now your turn.
I heard boinks, but I see nothing.
And let's make it a blaze.
Look up.
Oh.
Oh, there they are.
Oh.
Is this direwolf bloodied?
It's oiled.
It's oiled.
It is not bloodied.
It is greasy as fuck, though.
It has 3 damage on it, you can see.
No, correction, Kasha, you and I can see that.
Oh.
So I am going to have the zombie make a strike. It's only a 12.
12 does not hit.
Second strike is only a 7.
Yeah,
Okay.
that does not hit.
Combo point.
Problematic. Oh, thank
Which
you.
one's fire? I combo
Neither
point
was the
whichever one
zombie
is
attacking.
fire.
That was the
Oh,
zombie.
wait. Oh, I didn't realize it was a
Exactly.
zombie.
It's good. I need all the bonuses to my spellcasting here that I can get. So you don't have to give it if it's a zombie. We can just have the zombie have missed. It's up to you.
No. I think we want our boy to hit with the spell, not the zombie to hit with its puny hands. So I didn't use it then. There.
Okay, cool. So it's not grappled. So this is where we start. Okay, the wolf is now within 5 feet. It's probably for the best anyway, because the wolf's in 5 feet. So I'm actually going to have us both use our movement to move backwards. Oh my god! But he. So here's a question I have. I'm being guarded. We both moved. I moved out of the wolf's range, but the wolf can't make an opportunity attack on me, and the zombie stayed within range, so it can't make one on the zombie.
That
Yes.
sounds right.
Okay, cool. First things first, casting Hex on this wolf.
That's a lot of effort for
Re-rolling
for
that.
this wolf.
Wait, why didn't you just move your hex? Why are you recasting?
Because I didn't have an action, and you can't do it for free.
Do you have to do it when it dies?
No, it's just there's nothing that says you can move it when it dies. There's only as one action you can choose different stats and change which creatures each hex targets.
So have you already
So-
cast Hex?
I'm casting Hex right now.
Oh, okay. That's
Wait, but
Or that's supposed to be a
does
5.
it?
Didn't you
That is
already
a
have Hex
second
on?
now. Okay, but the wolf I had Hex on died, and it doesn't move when that creature dies.
yeah, but you could move it
Right,
now.
So you just reselect without recasting, right?
Yeah, you can just reselect. You're still
Oh my
concentrating
god,
on
yeah,
the
no,
spell.
you're totally right.
You Dumbo.
And that's
Why
what
are
I
you?
was.
That's
Yeah, no,
what we
I
were
was
trying
like,
to
Well,
say.
no, because the target of the spell no longer exists. But I guess you can just keep it active anyway, even though it doesn't have a target.
It's targeting just the creature's corpse.
Sure. So that was my first Isker's favor. We're gonna count those as rolls for the attack roll, then re-rolling with Isker's favor again. Hopefully I don't get a third nat one in a row.
Unless, of course, you can't re-roll a nat 1 as per Spellodrama rules.
Is
I don't
that
know.
true?
There's a lot less. There's.
Yeah, that-
We
I don't
There's a
know
lot
that-
less.
combo points and we get
No,
the
I
upside to
don't.
Spellodrama.
I don't think I'm gonna carry that over.
Okay, fair enough.
Nat 20.
So the wolf is flat-bayed, I assume.
I'm gonna spend 1 smite charge on this.
Why?
I don't think that's necessary.
Why would you
Because
spend my charge on that?
Because it's only a tier 2 spell.
It doesn't matter.
It's also currently.
It's covered in oil.
Oh yeah, no, it's
And-
covered in oil. Yeah, I guess we're
and
just
you
doing
crit.
this. So it takes 24 fire damage from the spell. What is the oil doing? Yeah, no, exactly.
Well, it's a blaze 5.
So what I'm hearing is
It's
we
an
have dinner.
actively burning wolf corpse now.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is we have breakfast.
Yes.
Hey!
There's just an explosion from this. That smells horrifying. Moved 5 feet, and I'm going to use the rest of that movement from before to move here. Yeah, the free movement, and that'll be Rune's turn.
Hey, have you guys ever smelt burnt hair that was wet before it was burnt?
Yeah, it's my favorite smell actually.
My burnt hair smells like peanut butter.
That's weird.
We have a tartar.
I hate that it's
Anyway.
true.
So yeah, so that happens. Who? Anything else there were involved?
Nope, that'll be the turn. Just gonna pop wolves like water balloons on each of my sidekicks.
Alright, if you don't mind, I'll take my turn first this time.
Sure, go ahead.
Alright, so here's the funny thing about life. It's this joke. So yeah, as she sees these other wolves approaching, just yells out so that they can all hear her clearly. So, a dyslexic limbo champion walks into a bra. He's disqualified. And they all start laughing hysterically. Specifically the bear and the 2 wolves behind him.
It's so
And
bad. It's so
That was
bad.
that was actually a good joke in my opinion, but And then I
I may
really should-
want to I may want to discuss this feature at some point in the future, though, because it's a little crazy that you can just slap that on multiple creatures with no save completely for free.
Fair enough. I am out of uses of it now, and I spent 5
Okay, so
points on this feature.
So there is limited uses, and it is an expensive Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it's a 5-point feature. That said, of course, with Fairy Courtier, I can change the season each rest, but still, like per fight, it's the same point value. So, anywho, great. So with that done, I raise my shield, and I think honestly I should retarget Taunt on the bear. As funny as that
Can you
is.
even do that? I think taunt might only work.
Oh shoot, you might be right. I'll double check.
Yeah, it can't be targeted by taunt
Yeah,
for one day.
Okay, fine, fair enough. In that case, I taunt one of the wolves behind. Yeah, why not? I'll taunt the wolf on the left. So it needs to make a charisma save.
Charisma?
Yep, as I intimidate it.
Well, beasts are just so good at charisma.
By the way, is the bear bloodied?
No?
Okay. Buckle in, folks.
Fine.
That's it for Magnolia's turn.
How upsetting would it be if you lose your one person who actually knows this area?
We won't. We will be good. I just have to make it up to you guys. We'll deal a nuke worth of damage to this thing.
All right, so yeah, our good buddy, the Earth Spirit, is gonna move a little bit. Not using any of Tolus's movement because they're just staying within 5 feet. Or,
Yeah, if it wants to.
whatever it is.
Oh, okay, good.
And let's see here. I think it is then. You know what? I feel like that thing attacking the zombie in Runevald would be bad. While those guys over there seem to be doing pretty well, keeping up the wall. So this summon's just gonna drag Tolus forward. And then Tolus is going to attempt to Calamity Cube this wolf.
Why would you want to do that?
Normal old Calamity Cube. Because I don't feel like pushing... yeah, I don't feel like pushing my luck. I could have pushed my luck, but it doesn't matter.
And this is what, a deck save?
Deck save. 10 damage! As, right, this would have been Trip again. So the wolf is launched 15 feet backwards again, as it is knocked prone.
Okay, yeah. For future reference, you do need to announce which Mystic Weapon art you're using before you cast the spell.
There isn't really any other one I'd use with this spell, so that's why I've just been like, yeah, it's Trip. But yeah, I get it, but it's just trying to keep track of things is a bit difficult sometimes.
Yep, I wouldn't have said anything, but you didn't announce it in advance 3 times, so. That's it for Tola's turn.
Yep, that's it.
Next up are Dire Wolves.
Alright, so that, this here direwolf is gonna have to, it's really, it's got no choice. It has to. This one here has a choice. It's just choosing to go after you.
Very good. And here's the great thing about being me. I can't be flanked while I'm holding a shield.
Yeah,
I
well,
just can't.
you know what I have to say to that? Shrek
But-
you shrekking hacker.
I did raise shield, so that's great. Yeah, these two are laughing. It's a disadvantage.
So 17 on the first one.
17 misses. I love being attacked.
Honestly, Cal and Magnolia make a fantastic team.
They can't hit me. I'm crazy.
They can't hit you. I can just do so much random bullshit.
Right, so I'm gonna double check what it takes to get up from being prone, because I thought it changed. Okay, yeah. Oh god, it takes a whole move. So you'd have to basically use the free move to get up. And then you're
Yeah.
just stuck with your 3 actions and nothing else.
Get fucked, buddy boy.
So took 2 actions to get to there.
The power of yeeting somebody with freaking Calamity Cube, holy shit.
And yeah, that's it, because they don't have anything they can do as one action.
Let's go.
Next up, Cal.
Okay. Let's keep beating on this bear. Staff
Remember,
first.
it isn't bloodied. And we are being harassed by wolves.
Well, I also get a +1 right now to hit the bear too, so
Well,
Uh,
fair
I
enough,
get a
guess.
+1 from. So
You know, it's
probably
all the same. They can't hit me anyway, so.
I probably missed. That's a 13 to hit him with my staff.
Miss.
Okay, well, tentacle time.
I like the sound of that.
I've heard that porn before.
You know, I really should have cast this fatal because that's another nat 19.
I told you.
Shame.
That is another 9 damage. As Cal somehow, I guess he hits like muscle, so it doesn't really do anything with the staff, but then kind of uppercuts it with ice.
Yeah, it growls pretty angrily. It really doesn't like you.
Yeah. Cal knows that. Cal doesn't care.
Cool. Gurren, how's Gurren doing?
More wolves, hurt by last wolf. Can't really help because Bo is in stuff. Gooden is going to stay in the snow. I think they're out of this fight now that there's even more wolves.
Cool.
dire bear.
Cool. Hey, Magnolia.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought I would do this really funny thing and try to fucking eat you.
That is funny. Funny because you missed.
So that's first attack miss.
One day my hubris will come back to bite me. Actually,
Yes, you'll get hit by a nat 20.
I'm sure I will.
You'll get hit by like 3 in a row.
20 misses only because I raised shield. I have 22 defense currently.
So anyways, a
damn.
nuclear bomb gets dropped on the battlefield.
Damn.
That reminds me, I need to make charisma saves as the wolves because they should have made it.
Goddamn tank. Tanking. Smart
So,
tanking.
One of them passed, one of them failed. And then now we'll have the bear roll to see if the bear can stop laughing. No.
No.
Oh.
The bear thought this was a much better joke.
Actually cackling currently.
So did the crowd.
Oh, also, right, whatever fails takes 4 psychic damage. So that's nice.
Cool.
Honestly, probably doesn't need that to be great, but I might remove that later. And to be clear, it is only on... Yeah, no. There is no initial psychic damage. It's only if they fail to save later.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'd say otherwise that may just be completely busted at that
Yeah,
point.
that'd be crazy. Yeah. So if that's it for the bear, believe it's Runevald's go then.
Yep.
So
Rooney
Rune is
boy!
going to switch places with the zombie real quick just to get some distance. And then the zombie is going to make its strikes at this thing.
Do it.
It's a 19 to hit with that one.
That hits.
So it takes 4 crushing damage and is now grappled by the zombie. But the zombie fails to bite it, but that doesn't matter. Rune is going to use one action to move the hex onto the wolf, and then make a tier 2 strike with Murky Skewer.
How much did the zombie's claw attack deal?
4 crushing. And that's an 18 with Murky Skewer. I am going to smite this time. I'm only going to pump 1 charge into it. So it's going to be a total of 14 damage between fire and cold.
It dies.
Okay. And then Rune is going to continue to move up the battlefield with the little movement he has. Okay, that'll be it for Rune's turn. Yeah, I imagine Rune is just kind of like dragging the very, very tip of his sword across the snow, not into the ground or anything, just on that very top layer of snow, drawing a thin little line. He is humming some song to himself and interjecting with quick words in Huldusku every few seconds. Raised arm, there's a flash of red and orange heat. A blast of blue, and these wolves are just going down 1 spell each.
Zap. Zap. Zap.
God, I'm just imagining he's like darkly humming My Mother Told Me.
Yeah, no, pretty much exactly though.
Amazing.
This is a milk run.
This is a milk run? What?
That's how Runewald's treating it.
At what point did the direwolves fucking run?
Apparently never.
The bear tells them
That's
to
it for
stay.
Runewald, Tolas, and Maggie.
Hey, you know what? I wonder. This would be funny. Yeah, Tolas, can Tolas go first?
Sure, go right ahead.
Yeah, they're gonna cast Druidcraft Expression, and they're gonna target all of these beasts here, in this area, and Yeah, I'm gonna make the fucking roll first. That passes, and Tolas is going to yell for them. There is nothing for you here. Run while you live.
Mm.
Can I make a sway check?
There are social mechanics now.
There are social mechanics. However, go ahead. Make the sway check.
15.
Right, and the defense against sway is a charisma save. Which would not be made at disadvantage, by the way, if you're thinking that, because it's laughing. It's a save, so unaffected by thing.
Well, no, there are two wolves.
Well, actually, she was technically doing it to all of the beasts, including the bear, but she didn't think it would work on the bear, but she was still doing it.
Yeah, I didn't even bother rolling for the bear because it never would have worked.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it looks like they failed, which means if you're going by the normal influence rules, they have to do what the initiator wants, or do what the initiator wants later, or take stress. Oh, also they can't choose the later option combat, so never mind. Do what she wants, or take stress. In this instance, the stress would be like 1 or 2.
Come on, Wolfies. What is there here for you? Don't get yourselves killed.
Some tasty fucking snacks is what it looks like to them. Looks like we're taking stress, boys.
Avre's will has been heard.
Avre said, "I demand blood."
Alright, how much stress?
Into the meat grinder that is our team.
How much stress do these wolves take?
And brother, I'm hungry.
It doesn't matter.
Hey, I mean... stress...
Okay, so Magnolia, here comes the first one aimed at you. This one is the one that failed the save, so it still has disadvantage.
Yes!
It's only a 16.
Hold on. Whoa, hold on. We're slipping out of initiative order here. I still haven't had my turn on the Tolos turn.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, and,
I mean, 16 would have missed anyway, whether or not I ratioed. I feel like you could just disregard that result completely. More chances, more memes. Anyway. Yeah, so for Maggie's turn, she'll just ray shield and take a strike at the wolf that has not been taunted or damaged. So the one to her right.
Miss.
I don't think I will. 18 to hit.
Miss. No, I'm just kidding.
What can I say?
Just-
I'm lucky. 12
Just
damage.
for you, that's a miss.
And I
12
chamber with
damage.
it, so it has minus d4 to its next strike.
Cool.
And that's it for Maggie. Did Stone Boy have anything to do before Direwolf turn?
Stone Boy moved to there, and it looks like these dire wolves are not running away, right?
No.
Punchy time.
Punch, punch, punch.
That is a 24 to hit.
That hits.
That dire wolf in front of Punchy Boy takes 3 damage and has a minus d4 to their next attack.
But chamber doesn't stack, unfortunately, so... Wait, hold on. Oh god. Does it if it's a Mystic Weapon Art?
No, it says
Yeah.
it doesn't stack on Mystic Weapon Art.
No, that's not quite right.
Well, it says not. It says non-stacking.
Not
But-
stacking with itself.
Yeah, right. That's
But
the
this
thing.
is the
'Cause-
Mystic Weapon Art option, not the weapon property. The weapon property is only tertiarily related to this effect.
yeah. So
I mean, obviously Damien has the final say, but by rules as written and intended, although I didn't think of this instance, yeah, the chamber property plus the Mystic Weapon Art chamber can function simultaneously.
We'll see how I feel when the wolves' turns come around.
All right, I think they're around right now, actually.
Cool.
So that wolf 15, I'm not sure if he's still laughing, but he should have minus 2d4 to his next strike.
So first we'll do the one that's still laughing. Yeah. Miss.
Oh, good.
It's so bad. It's
Wow. Avra is like, make them fight, but also make them lose.
Avra is savaging with that
Like-
12, Damien.
Oh fuck.
yeah, no, these things are like have not done anything this fight.
You could count
Right.
on, like, 2
Oh, wait,
hands.
wait. I should also note that because of stress, those wolves also have a -1.
Also,
I-
to be clear,
I've
these things
already-
would be
I've already been accounting for that. So yeah,
Oh,
part of the
okay,
problem
you did.
is its disadvantage is really punishing, and we have somebody who's able to throw it out very easily with a admittedly expensive feature.
extremely
Sure.
expensive, and also thank God because these things are fucking terrifying. Just
Yeah.
saying, like low
They're-
health,
they're-
but also would shred through any one of us. So thank God. No, I'm
Speak for
loving this
yourself.
fight. Fair.
You know, we have been very lucky this fight.
Hell yeah.
Extremely, like, literally, in all these rounds, I bet, like, 10 or less rolls, like, d20 rolls on Damien's side have been over 10.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, holy shit. Avra is a savage.
I'm just saying though. Funnily enough, all the trouble they have hitting Magnolia, and none of them have thought to hit someone else yet.
Also,
Oh, well.
statistical anomaly. I think
They're
Damien's got
being-
0 crits.
They're being taunted to go toward Magnolia. Magnolia is guarding the only other person who's up front there, and they're not going to risk taking attacks of opportunity to run past Magnolia. What are they supposed to do?
Magnolia hasn't been guarding Cal.
I have been, actually. I'm pretty sure
I was
Ray
gonna say
Shield.
yeah, she has.
I have.
You've been doing
No,
raise
you were
shield.
raising your shield.
You haven't been guarding. You've
shit.
just been raising shield.
You're right, I guess I haven't been guarding.
I thought they
The
guarded
dire
during
bear
the
can't
first-
attack Cal because the dire bear. Until this next turn, the dire bear could only attack Magnolia, but the wolves.
Well, I mean,
Well, I mean,
to
with
be
those
fair, did
attacks,
you
the
ever
wolves
guard
couldn't-
Cal? Because you only have to guard once.
Yeah, no, I don't think I ever guarded Cal, actually. I think I tactically chose not to because it's better to guard using Martyrdom for me.
Oh.
Yeah.
No,
Fair
no, you did start the fight by guarding Cal. You did 100% start the fight by guarding Cal. When you
Not
ran over to
mechan-
attack the bear, no, you did. You said you were going
No,
to guard Cal.
Yeah,
It
but I
doesn't-
think that was guard metaphor, like guard.
It was
like I'm
on
gonna.
this. It was
be-
around the same time as Tolos taking their move, and Magnolia was just standing there.
Okay, so whether or not
Currently,
not
Cal is not
Kasha-
guarded.
Whether or not Kasha meant it mechanically, I understood it mechanically, so we need to be more careful with what words we use. Because I've been operating under the assumption that Cal has been guarded.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah, I'll be more careful. Sorry if there was a miscommunication.
To be fair, effectively, not a lot of difference because Magnolia would have just martyred if Cal got hit.
True, fair.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Also,
right now, I
it-
am...
It could have been a difference because they might not have been attacking with disadvantage, and you can't martyr a crit, so
Yeah, I'll be more communicative about that in future for sure. Okay, so are the dire wolves done or?
Yeah.
I believe so.
All right, next up is Cal.
Let's keep beating on this dire bear. Quarterstaff first. Okay, that is going to be a 21 to hit, so that's going to. Sorry, 22. I forgot about my extra +1. Ooh, that is 16 more damage. And then let's go for a tentacle strike. Cal is a monster.
No kidding.
And no, I miss with the tentacles. That is a nat 1.
So I'm sorry. What was the staff damage?
16.
Hmm. It's bloodied now.
Is this finally? Cal just sitting here, just smashing this dire bear with a stick.
Next up, Gurren, who's hiding, so Dire Bear. Who is untaunted, anythinged, not laughing. Or is he laughing? I don't think so.
No. Actually. No, I'm pretty sure he is still laughing because I'm pretty sure he failed. Actually, no, I don't think he made the save last turn, did he?
I really don't recall. And I
No,
know I
we-
targeted
we-
him with
we-
the second round of
we-
laughs.
We did make the save, so no, he is in fact laughing.
Yeah, so he could target Cal because I'm not guarding Cal currently.
Yeah, but if he hits Cal, it's just gonna go to you, and then he's gonna miss.
Sure.
But does he know that?
No, of course he doesn't. But
Yeah, no,
And
12
also,
misses.
Cal is the one who keeps beating him with a stick.
Fair.
so that's a miss for Cal.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
21, which I think would hit Cal.
21 would hit
Yeah.
Cal, so I use my reaction to Martyr. It targets my defense next to my Martyr feature, and it misses me. My defense is 22.
Mm-hmm.
God, man. I'm glad that I'm not the GM.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Davian. Next step will be Runevald.
Rune is going to continue the slow walk and hum, targeting the direwolf on the right. I'm just going to move the hex, and then cast Murky Skewer on it. Tier 2.
Here's the fun part about Magnolia existing. Combat is going to start getting tweaked for Magnolia's existence.
Yeah, good. That's why I'm playing a Mega Tank.
I
To,
feel like
playtest.
that's actually not going to be good. I feel like that's going
That's
to
a nat
Yeah.
20.
Oh yeah, let's
I
go!
feel like it's actually going to be very bad.
For us, not Magnolia.
And that's
Magnolia will be
30
fine. The
damage
rest of
to
us
that
are-
wolf.
I mean, what? Tolas has an 11 defense? Yeah, 11.
Rune just keeps approaching, and that's going to be Rune's turn.
It's just sudden another burning wolf.
I'm so glad that we get so much burning wolf.
Yeah, listen, no shortage of wolf meat.
Hey, wolf jerky, man.
I just hope that all of this crispy wolf meat doesn't draw anything else.
Oh no, fucking Kasha, why'd you have to make such a tank?
The party is
We'll
up.
be fine. I can take anything.
Gonna be fine. Let's all
Bring
calm
out
down
the level
here.
10s. Bring out the level 20s. Bring out boss elites. Who cares?
Bring out Oberon.
I could beat him. I could take it.
Nah, I'd win.
Aubrey will protect me. I am her prophet. I am her priest.
Are you?
I think I am.
Anyway, it's Tolis and Magnolia, so whichever one of you wants to go.
How about Tolis goes?
Do it.
Alright, yeah. Tolis is going to shove a Calamity Cube to where it can hit the bear and the wolf. That is a 29.
A 29, you say?
Right, and fucking, yeah, it would have been... Feel when you're trying to speed up turns, so you don't say the thing, but yeah, I'm using trip. I'm always using trip when I'm using this. If I was using something else, I'd fucking say so first.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah, so, DC 26 deck save.
They might roll nat 20s.
They might.
You never know.
They didn't.
Damn. That is 11 damage, and the bear is launched 15 feet.
Oh,
Yeah, the wolf is dead.
I'm gonna have to keep chasing the bear.
And the bear is also knocked prone.
That's worth the chase.
Yes, it is.
Hang on a sec. Well, where was the wolf?
It's
Gone.
dead
Dead.
now.
Right, but where was it?
Right in front of you.
Oh, okay. That's it for Tolos and the summon.
I think at this point, Tolos is really hoping the bear will, like, run away or something. So, yeah, she's just gonna have the summon.
Tolos really doesn't understand how.
The summon's gonna go right here, and it's gonna guard Magnolia.
Magnolia looks
So
down in
yeah,
shock and-
this stone creature stands up and then puts a "get behind me" hand behind it as it stands, and then fisticuffs in front of the bear.
Magnolia looks down in shock and laughs. I guess I'll... Nah.
And Tolos is gonna move over
So
here.
the bear, is it so we know it's
prone.
bloodied. Is it marred? Does it have
No.
single digit HP left? Okay.
No.
I mean, honestly, I think let's just throw defense to the wind. This fight's looking pretty fucking good for our team. So I'm gonna close the distance and take a swing.
Do you take the guard with you? Oh wait, no, you don't need to. 'Cause you're still
I don't
within
want
5
to-
feet of the guard.
Oh yeah, you're right. Cool. Yeah, so taking a swing at bear. And finally I get some of Avre's wrath.
You stopped playing your role. Now Opera's upset.
I haven't used my bones yet, have I?
No,
You have not.
I crit. I deal 26 damage.
26 damage, huh?
That's right.
That's a lot of damage.
Yes.
There is. Yes, Magnolia just sort of like steps over the stone golem and thrusts deep into the. I say things wrong.
Thrusts deep into the bear. Okay.
Magnolia thrusts deep into the bear.
He thrusts deep into the bear.
With a hook sword?
Oh, it's hooked, all right. And then retracts the phallic implement, dribbling with fluid. All right, we got our giggles out. Great.
No, nope. Sorry, one more thing. Hooked for his pleasure.
That poor fucking bear.
Good call.
So the bear is marred.
Great.
And I think it's my turn.
Oh, you know what? Wait, the
Uh,
bear. You know what? It's gonna, since it's still kind of like the same general area around the summons turn. It's gonna pop over here and stand in front of Magnolia again because that's its job now.
Well, let's.
Actually, it can't enter that space. That's dominated by the bear.
Well, that is there.
Well, I'll beat this bear with a bat.
So technically, Cal can't quite enter that space. It can be right
Just let him hit
there.
it with a stick.
Okay. Well, I missed with the stick, but I still got tentacles.
Hit with the tentacles.
How many
The
tickles?
tentacles. The tentacles are gonna hit with a dirty 20,
Yep.
and that is 10 damage. It is dead. As Cal has been beating this thing mercilessly with a stick, and his whips of snow and ice, he wraps them around his arm and throws them up right, and an icicle shoots through the top of the bear's mouth and through the top of his skull.
Based.
Yeah. Cal is just a general badass that's just hiding so much of his badassery.
Hell yeah.
Based.
Did we win?
I think we did.
You've won.
And we're
The battlefield lays quiet. What are people's passive perceptions?
a 9.
Tolus's passive perception is 11.
12.
12.
Oh no! Oh no! No! No!
Yes,
No!
the other identical pack.
The joy of rolling 13.
No! Two
A pack
more.
of 6 dire bears.
We can take them. Actually, no. It's 13 dire bears.
So in this moment, none of you can pinpoint exactly what you're sensing. But you can feel the eyes of an apex predator on you somewhere. This presence that is staring at you. You didn't
May
even
I
feel,
make a free
you
action?
didn't- 1 second. You
Okay.
didn't even feel this when being bared down upon by the bear. Whatever is looking at you, whatever has seemingly slipped into the area and is able to see you, is recognized on an existential level to be such a predator that it registers to your senses before you see them, even though you have no idea where they are. Okay, go ahead, Tal.
I would like to free search, as that is something I can do with one of my features.
Sure.
Alright. I'm just gonna make this... You know what? I'm just gonna make this an anything. Where the fuck is this? So it's not gonna be having the bonus of being a site.
Mm.
Oh, god damn it.
Alvarez's blessing has run out.
You start to look around trying to find this presence that's staring, watching you, but you can't pinpoint where it's coming from.
Actually, keep in mind if if the aura is still up, don't we have advantage on perception checks?
Oh, you're right. The aura is still up.
Mm.
I'm dumb.
Mm.
Doesn't fucking.
Well,
Avre
then
has
it's
now
failed, damn
cursed
it.
us.
You may be dumb, but Avra is cruel.
So
Yeah,
Don't
we're
give us
fucked.
it ever. Take it away.
are we out of initiative?
Yes.
Okay, then I will also take the search activity, and I will activate my true sight as I do so.
What's the
Okay.
range on your true sight?
60 feet.
Cool.
And that is going to be a nat 19 for a 23 on my 22 on my perception check.
And I'm going to be casting Parasitic Blade on myself.
So your true sight reveals nothing, because what you see is out of its range. You see something, a figure, standing off in the distance. They seem to have been they seem to have been watching the battle taking place. Presumably arrived at some point during it.
Hmm.
They're far enough away that you can't make out any intricate details of who or what they are. But if you had to guess, it's either a medium or a large creature.
Okay. I think I might know who this is.
So we all feel watched?
Oh yeah. Well,
Hmm.
except for the zombie, I guess. He doesn't feel watched.
I mean, he feels watched, but does he really care that he's watched? Is the question.
My
Yeah,
question
but-
is whether or not he has enough presence of mind to even feel watched.
I doubt it. Not a very smart boy.
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
keeping concentration on Hex. I have cast Parasitic Blade on myself, so this red mist has started to form over Runewald's hands.
Yeah. Tolas is going to pick a shivering mouse up off of the snow and put it in their pocket.
Magnolia defends, guards Cal, and raises shield.
So DM, I have to ask, this feeling that I'm getting, is it familiar at all?
You've heard feelings like this described before, but you've never felt it in anything like it directed at you.
Okay, that's terrifying. Hmm.
What's the move?
So- If that is what I suspect, a fight is the stupidest move we can make. I'll tell you that much.
Well, then what's the move?
Well, I mean, right now it just seems to be watching us. I don't think it seems to be aggressive right now.
So are you guys making like obvious signs that it has been noticed?
Yes, actually,
I
Magnolia.
think
Yeah.
probably.
She's defended up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rune has formed up right behind Magnolia and Cal.
Yeah, so it's going to start backtracking into the tundra, moving away from the group of you.
I guess it's just going to not be here.
Yeah, has Singer shown back up at this point?
Yes. So we're gonna cut over to Singer real quick because Singer has had an interesting series of moments. So Singer,
Ah,
so you had those wolves and that bear charge past you. You couldn't quite keep up with them. Too
my
fast.
bad.
And then so you had some flying to do to try to catch up with them because they outran you pretty bad. And as you're going, you just felt this flash of heat go by underneath you. You saw a figure stop toward the edge of the area where you left your creator and their friends, and you watch as it watches the end of the fight. The party moves to start trying to face up to it, and it goes to move away. And in the briefest of seconds, that before it went to move away, as you flew over it, you saw what looked to be a minotaur with claws.
What the heck? Alright. Well, I am going to not return to Rune, in hopes that Rune will not give me the order to go check that out. Hopefully Rune will just forget I exist, and then I won't have to go look at that thing.
Where did I put my bird? Reach out telepathically to Singer. You there yet?
I'm still a mile away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, Singer's still out of range.
Well, good news
Okay,
is I
hold on. So Singer said that over the telepathic bond.
Yeah, but said I'm a
Yeah.
mile away, so he's like,
Yeah, Rune
Just
know what?
0.9 miles away. He's within range of telepathy, but he's too far to chase that thing, whatever it is. That's what he's hoping will be interpreted, but
Mm.
Think that we were just told not to fight the thing. If it's moving away, I don't want to provoke it anyway. I don't think Rune is gonna force Singer to die for no reason. Just come back for now.
oh, all right. And Singer immediately arrives.
I love how nobody's asking what Cal thinks this thing is.
I mean, Magnolia will like glance at Cal.
Well, Cal's not going to offer anything up unless people ask.
Are we moving camp, or what are we doing?
Well, whatever it is would follow us if we moved camp, right?
Does anyone here know what that creature is?
I have no idea.
If I had to take a guess, based on stories I've heard, though the way it was making us feel, that was an incredibly powerful werebeast.
Looked like a minotaur with claws.
Right then, a Minotaur werebeast. Fair enough. When is the full moon?
That'd be a real funny thing to do.
I don't know, roll a D100. Actually,
I
roll,
believe that it would
31.
probably be like a D30.
yeah, roll a D30.
31. Do it. D31. If it's 31.
If it's 31,
yeah,
it's the full moon. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, actually, that's perfect.
Oh, we were saved by 1 day!
Poggers.
Last night was the full moon.
Poggers.
See,
really-
but here's the thing, right? So the natural one on the die is supposed to be the worst possible outcome, usually, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah.
it's a D31.
Yeah, it's a D31, so 31 was the worst outcome. I mean, you could have it be that both the top and the bottom were technically still a full moon, but I really need to not say poggers on recording. Sorry.
Why? It's pretty poggers.
I'm gonna pog my pants.
This is gonna look poggers.
Alright, everybody say poggers real quick. Poggers!
Poggers. Like,
Yeah, this doesn't make me feel better. You're just all down here in the shit pit with me.
Poggies, my doggies.
splash fight.
The fuck. That
Shit.
being said, it wouldn't matter anyway. So we're gonna say that tonight is actually the full moon. So y'all are just doubly confused on how it is that y'all just didn't get attacked.
No.
Not
In
a,
that case, I'm complete. Well, actually, shit. Magnolia doesn't know shit about Werbeast. Never mind.
meanwhile, Cal, between Singer and everything else, knows exactly why they weren't attacked.
It's the full moon, shouldn't... And this is carnage. Doesn't it want meat?
Speaking of,
Ugh,
What?
I mean,
Cal,
most,
if you have answers, then spill them. Now's not the time to keep secrets.
I mean, most werebeasts act according to their normal nature during a full moon. So even if it thought it could take us, if there was an easier way to get meat, depending on who they were,
That makes sense. We did just take down all of these animals.
She looks across the red-stained camp. There's like 7 corpses of giant animals.
Yeah,
Rune
Rune also
on fire.
looked around that camp, and yeah, it is gonna take some more stress and fatigue.
Oh, that reminds me. They would have smelled injured Gooden pretty early into the fight, but I have no
Wait,
idea
also-
where they've gone.
Also, the scene hasn't ended yet, so
Oh,
hold
true.
up on that, my friend.
For now, do you two think that you could work together to move that bear?
Yeah,
probably.
absolutely.
Let's make a wall out of these things. If there's a werebeast out there, let's have it chew through meat to get to us.
Yeah, Rune has a faraway look in his eye at this thing.
So as you guys start trying to drag the bear,
Take the
there's a
meat fortress.
there's a bright flash toward the edge of the horizon, and you can no longer see the silhouette of the werebeast.
Spontaneous combustion?
He's so lucky.
Oh, also,
Magic.
you think, Magnolia, you feel a motherly love, like the love for a mother from Cal towards this werebeast.
Ah, well, that explains it. No, I'm clowning though. I knew exactly what this was immediately.
Oh yeah.
Listen, what matters is Magnolia had no idea.
Indeed.
Magnolia had
now.
no.
Yeah, she like, as we're dragging the bear, she gives Cal a weird look for a second, just dead stops, and then continues.
Cal really needs to get like a shield for a mental shield.
Ah, you're fine.
What's
Mind reading isn't that common in this game.
what's a little violation of personal privacy between friends?
Yeah.
Uh, this is not just personal privacy. This is deep violations.
Hey, that's what the
Ding.
sword's for. Hope for your pleasure.
State level secrets.
Yeah, this is, you are basically hacking the Pentagon when you hack it by using this on Cal.
Well, maybe your brain shouldn't be the Pentagon. You ever think about that?
Listen. If she didn't want to be, I mean, wait, what?
Your Honor. Never mind. Yeah, so we make
No.
a meat mountain.
No, go on.
Well,
Come
I
on,
imagine
please.
that we just kind of make like a loose circle, and that is now in the recording now. Thanks, whoever pressed that button.
Which button? Oh, the soundboard is on.
Fucking soundboard. Well, I'm muting the soundboard again.
Well, which one was it?
It was knocking on the door, FBI open up. So,
Could have been
whoever's
worse.
rewatching this video later is going to hate whoever activated that soundboard.
I'm guessing it was loud.
About as much as I currently hate that person.
Hey, so long as it ain't no ornament.
Ironically, I have no idea who did it because I wasn't looking.
Neither was I. Just a heads up, I do have to probably head out very soon because I have to be at work at 7 a.m.
Mhm.
Yeah,
makes
so
sense.
I think the party settling back into camp will be a good way for us to call an end to the official section of the session. But if people want to have a dialogue with either between members of the party or the NPCs that you brought with you, I can still do some stuff.
Indeed,
Yeah.
I think I do want that.
Yeah.
I think we do with our poor vampire friend who is very thirsty.
Yep.
It's really
Gotta
too
feed the
bad.
vampire.
It's really too bad that Cal's going to bed because you guys all probably have lots of questions for him right now.
We do.
You know, I imagine
away
that he's like,
in the
you
morning.
know what, I'll tell you all in the morning. I'm going to fucking sleep.
Who
That
would
makes
begrudge an old Minotaur that?
true.
In an old Minotaur who also seems weirdly young.
Hey. 13 or 30.
You never grudge
You never know.
a old Minotaur their youth.
Yeah, he looks like he's 25, but he's like,
Yeah.
he's said before he's over a century old.
Wait, he looks like he's 25. What?
Yeah.
That does not look 25. That image does not look
Well,
25.
so here's the thing. He doesn't. So normally he's like hunched over, as kind of like a disguise. But when he in
So
combat,
he pretends to be old?
he pretends to be old, and then in
Oh my
combat,
God.
he like stands up and just starts smashing shit.
Interesting. The sleeper build.
The sleeper.
It's the Maester Pycelle build.
No, it's called.
Do not say that about
It's
Mr.
called
Pycelle.
man's existence is an existential threat.
Fair.
Did you say Mr. Pycelle? That is so funny.
Wait, what?
Once you start finding out Cal's secrets, you will realize why he is the way he is.
What is up with Maester Pycelle?
Mr. Pycelle, he's just a normal old man.
Yeah, no, he's completely fit and lucid, but he pretends to be kind of senile and like fragile.
Right, okay, no, that's
Oh.
true, that's true. But, I mean, to be fair, as far as physical fitness goes, he is fit for his age, but he's not like...
Yeah,
it's
I
not
mean,
a
he was
sleeper build.
like doing like squats and shit. Like,
Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah, true. You know what? No, maybe I didn't give him enough credit. You're right. You're right. It is kind of a sleeper build.
Ugh.
we
Anyways,
had a whole conversation with Tywin about it. Anyway, yeah.
think about what you want to ask Cal for the next session.
We're
Oh, definitely.
gonna have a robust agenda next session.
Oh yeah, Cal has so many dark secrets.
Yes. Alright,
Can't wait to slurp them all up.
yeah, so
night.
now our
Good
friend is very thirsty, right?
Yeah, I'll be
Yeah.
addressing that. Yeah.
I need to go for a walk. I won't go far. And I think
That does
Rune
not
is
sound
is
safe.
literally not even going out of byline. I think Rune is just going to sit by themselves for a second.
Yeah, I think like as soon as Magnolia finishes the wall, she or the circle of meat, she goes over to Runevald. What are Tolos and Gurren up to?
Tolos throws the mouse into the tent with its clothes so that it can get changed again, and then I think just quickly bandages them from their small cut.
Right. Oh, actually, yeah, no, before Magnolia goes to Runevald, she definitely comes over to make sure Gurren's okay.
It's nothing. Just a wolf bite.
Okay, I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you there, Goran.
I was on the other side of camp. I wasn't expecting it.
Still, it's my duty.
I
do
think
better
I'm
next
going
time.
to start fights going forward as a mouse so I can appear and surprise people.
Sounds good. Okay.
Yep, she sees that Tolos has the situation handled and leaves. Does a stretch and kind of a full body check on herself. Ah, I am still holding that bloody sword. She cleans it off and sheathes it once it's clean. Then takes a deep breath, looking at Rune in the near distance, and approaches him.
Magnolia.
Yeah, she sits next to Rune.
You didn't get hurt, did you?
No.
Good. Sorry I wasn't much help with the bear.
Are you kidding? You exploded 3 wolves?
Yeah, something like that. Wasn't much, they were just bags of meat.
And we're going to eat well for the next few days.
Well, like a crispy wolf, I suppose. And Stinger's going to be happy.
Hey, is Singer here?
I did think the singer might be like off, like picking at one of the wolves.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Happy squawks in the distance.
That's great.
Finally, some good fucking food.
Yeah, Rune is looking like he's trying to pay attention to this conversation, but also there is just that look in his eye, and there is that it's stronger than ever now, that dark hunger, that want to consume.
Right.
But it is, you know.
Magnolia appreciates the look. I mean, acknowledges it. I don't mean appreciates. I mean, she also appreciates it on some level, but no, I can't do that.
Do you have a cup?
My tankard should be with my supplies. Why?
I'll
I
be right back.
Magnolia gets up and leaves.
yeah, I think Brune will just watch her now.
She takes the tankard from your supplies and then comes back over. And she's just sort of holding it, appreciating it.
Yeah, Rune's eyes aren't leaving her now. Watching every movement intensely.
You need to drink.
Oh man, yeah, Rune looks like he wants to argue, but he doesn't actually say anything this time.
I have a lot of blood.
You really don't. It can't kill me.
But it can hurt you. And it's so easily avoidable. If it really is just eating and drinking to you, then,
No, it's there's something else you should know.
okay.
Vampires, each of us are a little different in how we function. If I taste your blood, it will form a mental link between the two of us. I'll be able to feel your emotions. I will be able to communicate telepathically. I'll be able to see through your eyes. I won't, of course, but you'd be giving me the ability to do it. It's more with me. You don't have to do this.
Now Magnolia seems unsure.
I think after treating Gooden, Tolus is going to walk over to see what these two are talking about.
You see Magnolia
Hello.
holding a tankard, and you heard Rune talking in a grim tone.
Hello. Are either of you hurt?
Not a scratch on me.
No.
Good. So much death. At least it
Always.
was just wolves. They would not run. It is surprising.
You'll find that the beasts of this country are stubborn like that. Want to
Bro,
kill,
you
but
do not look well.
I will be fine. I can manage. This can't kill me.
Manage. Right. Blood. I remember. The tavern.
The tavern. I was lucky then. This is my mistake. I am sorry to both of you. I did not consider what my condition would make traveling with us like.
It is just blood, though, right?
No, it's more than that. I need blood, yes, but when I taste someone's blood, when I taste anything's blood, it forms a mental connection between me and the creature whose blood I've tasted. And it's not an even trait.
Rune just explained the precise details of that with me. And I was just considering feeding him. Purely as a matter of utility.
Tolus looks confused at the clarification.
Yeah, she seems dead serious.
Well, you probably need blood soon, I assume. You are looking worse every day we're out here.
I won't let it get the best of me.
Um,
I can't just watch you suffer when I could fix this so simply. I
But-
understand the complication. I want to feed you.
I'd be in your debt.
So you accept?
Yeah, yeah, Rune looks... There's still a part of Rune that doesn't feel... Yes, I accept.
Alright.
Are you sure you should do it? When others might be more willing? I mean, how... Does it
I'm
need
sure.
to be you, I mean?
I. Besides Kyle, I have the most blood. And
I don't know if that is Rune's issue.
I'm also experienced with vampires.
Need to be a fair bit at this point. Although any you would spare would be appreciated.
Does anyone have a clean blade? I just cleaned mine, but it's not sterile.
Haven't used... I haven't used Ragnar in a while. And, well, she's been
As
on
far-
fire since.
As far as I know, my sword has not touched another body for maybe a few dozen years.
Take your pick then.
So then, was Rune's blade on fire this fight?
Not this fight, but he said that they'd been on fire since the last time it touched someone.
Right. I know fuck all about medicine, so which blade should I use?
A matter of preference.
Actually, one moment. I will just get the small blade out of my healer's kit now that I think about it. And yeah, I think Tullus is going to get the small, sterile blade out of their healer kit.
Okay. Yeah, Magnolia takes the blade daintily in her large hand, places the tankard down nicely, and makes a small incision on the soft inner part of her arm. And she's gonna bleed a few doses into it.
Yeah, that... I think that Rune's eyes lock on the
Well,
blood
that's the
flow.
thing. Yeah, the blood flow, sure. She doesn't let Rune see, because like I imagine Rune is like to her right side, and she cuts her right arm on the
Yeah.
inside. She doesn't let him see the incision being made. She doesn't let him see blood exiting her body, literally, or the exit point.
Makes sense.
But she bleeds, and I'm gonna. I just have fuck tons of blood. Like it's a limitless supply for a large
Fair
creature.
enough.
It's infinite. So I don't know. I think at a certain point she'll just say when.
Right. And I think you would. So we're just saying that take however many doses.
Yeah, because I regenerate 20
Okay.
doses per day,
So
so
fair enough. Holy
You could
shit!
drink enough blood in a Tolus tonight.
Yeah, that is going to
You could
be
drink an
4
entire
doses of
Tolus.
blood that Rune is going to take.
how many doses?
get 4.
4. Holy
Nice.
shit.
That is 4 out of 100. That is 4% of my blood
Oh
supply.
my god! It's
That's
literally like
I
a
believe
paper.
I believe that it's not just 100. You need to calculate your maximum blood, which is your base blood plus your might plus
Oh
your
god, you're right.
higher
It's even
blood.
more than that. I'm infinite. I'm infinite blood glitch.
Infinite blood.
Infinite blood glitch.
Like Rune sees, it's not. It's like a cartoon where you have like money sign eyes, but it's just blood droplet eyes.
Yeah, as you realize just how much blood is in a person of this size. Yeah. Yeah. So then once the bleeding is done, she just removes her arm and I suppose bandages it, if such a thing is available.
Yeah, I imagine that the healer's kit will need to be used again tonight.
Sounds alright, yep.
8 plus 5. God fucking damn it. Well, it's bandaged, but it's not properly treated, so you're gonna have to...
So I guess there will be a save against infection. That's alright.
Yeah. That's the second check Dolus has failed for doing medicine.
Right. And then finally, hands the... Actually, yeah, she does pick up the tankard and pass it to Rune.
Yeah, Rune takes it, the sharp intake of breath as his hand curls around the tankard. Quickly, Magnolia, I owe you for this. Thank
It
you.
is nothing.
And then Rune would. Yeah, no, it's clear Rune doesn't think it's nothing. This is. There's a.
It's clear she doesn't think that either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do think Rune will. As the tankard gets closer to him, it quickens, and then Rune will drink it. Not madly necessarily, but definitely quick. As soon as the blood touches his lips, that hunger surges to the surface, and he consumes it.
Yeah, Magnolia just watches Rune take the first few sips, or gulps even.
Yeah.
And then stands up and leaves. But both of you should make a presence check.
Yeah.
Because I am concealing things poorly.
19.
I think Rune should also make it. Of course, you'll have...
13.
Yeah, if you want to be technical, though, you still haven't recovered from any stress, have you?
Peru, so it's only an 11.
Indeed. And also, you're fatigued, aren't you?
Oh, true. I'm gonna bones about it.
Okay.
Yep,
Didn't
that
you
is
use
correct.
your bones at some
Bones
point?
about it, alright.
I have not used my bones. Kashi used her bones.
Indeed. Yeah, you just catch the...
Oh, also, I now have an intimate knowledge, or I have.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
This is... On some level, this is erotic to Magnolia.
Right.
In a way that she was taking great care to conceal. That's all.
Okay. And now I learn Magnolia's emotional state.
Yeah.
Oh.
She doesn't want for this to be erotic.
Right.
But also she does.
Fair enough.
But also she doesn't. Oh god. How in depth do you get the emotional state? Just
It literally just says, you know, you learn its current emotional state.
okay.
Is that active for a long period of time?
It doesn't. That clause it doesn't say, but then it with the telepathic communications and seeing through their perspective, it's within 24 hours.
Right.
Neat.
So Magnolia is still buzzing with brutal energy from that fight. The dark urge, the sadistic impulse, is still is lit inside of her. It is a dark fire that she, she also wants to direct that at Rune in a very different way than just our enemy, in an erotic sense, I suppose. So there's that. There's the dark urge. There's some relief and some guilt about feeding Rune. Oh god, actually I think what's at the forefront of her mind is she's worried about taking advantage of him.
Interesting. Okay.
And of course there's a little bit of almost a feedback loop as she feels watched because her emotions are being observed.
Yep. Extremely unintentionally, because
Yeah.
vampirism is parasitism. So, oh my god, whether or not the vampire wants it or not.
And she, sorry, one more thing. No, not one more thing. That's it actually.
Okay.
This, these erotic feelings towards Rune, she does feel guilty about them. In a way, I'm gonna say for now you can't quite place
Okay.
what the source of that guilt is.
Okay.
That's all. Oh, besides the whole taking advantage of him thing.
Right.
There is another source to the guilt.
Okay.
And that's all.
Yeah, I do think Rune is going to try not to really look at Magnolia for the moment because
I have a question actually.
what the
That was a feature that you just used, right?
yes.
Can you make a deception, poise, or tactics check?
Sure. Make I mean, it's not like I'm trying to be deceptive.
Oh,
No,
poise doesn't exist
I'm
anymore.
using ability sense. Well,
Yeah.
Tolos is using ability sense to get a more of an idea of how your blood sucking works.
Yeah, poise doesn't exist, of course. I should edit that.
Oh.
I will
What is it
use
now?
I'll use tactics. Because tactics is worse for me, but I also think that Rune is being transparent about how he's like not trying to hide anything, so deception doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, duplicity or tactics would be the options now.
Nope, that's one day. One day I'll get a hang of this. 15.
Yeah,
So you want that
what's the
like
exact wording of the entire feature?
of Bloodlink?
Yeah. Yeah.
When you taste a creature's blood, you learn its current emotional state. You can telepathically communicate with and see immersively through the perspective of any creature whose blood you have fed on within 24 hours.
Youch.
So with the emotional state, Rune doesn't need to feed. With the other stuff, he does. So I do
Looks like
also think
just
that
me.
implies that the emotional state doesn't last.
Was it just me, or did they have complicated feelings about feeding you?
I can't say too much because I am privy. Yeah, no, I don't.
You-
I don't know. I don't
You
feel
know
good.
how they feel. I get the feeling.
You know, now's a good time to throw another wrench in this. She likes that she's being observed on some level. She also doesn't like it.
Okay.
Oh.
Fair enough.
Maybe to make things less confusing, you don't starve yourself next time.
I didn't feel I had a choice. I ran into this without thinking. I didn't think it was right of me to ask any of you on that boat while we were all trapped together. It would have felt.
Assistance is my job.
What do your gods have to say about my condition, Dolus? Would they look kindly upon you, helping one of my kind?
The Enlay look kindly upon helping those who need it. Well, I guess it depends on the Enlay. But you need help, yes?
Yes, sometimes I suppose I do.
Well, while those other gods, from what I have heard, shun you, the Enlay would not.
They're kinder than most I have come across.
Well, just
And I
because
appreciate it.
you are something doesn't mean you do bad things. And actions are what really matter, yes?
I like to think so.
Well then, my actions of trying to help a traveling companion would be greatly appreciated. Especially since such help is usually my work. Well, maybe not help of this kind, but helping others, yes.
I'll keep it in mind. And I appreciate it. You realize what happens, though, when I do feed. You're willing to accept that?
I get a good feeling for what someone can do once I see them do it. I know exactly what will happen. And I believe the only one who will be upset by it would be Guren. But she is a bit too protective for her own good sometimes.
Well, she seems like quite the friend to you. You're lucky to have her. And she's lucky to have you, I'm sure.
We are lucky to have each other, yes. Anyways, you should join us by the fire, inside of the wall. It is safer that way.
Yeah, should. I'll take you up on that. I have trophies to take from some of the kills, anyhow.
Trophies?
I'm thinking a tooth from each of the wolves, and I can't let the other bits go to waste.
We should skin them. And, well, maybe not entirely. That would be a lot of skin.
It would. Although
But getting the clean patches that aren't charred would likely be a good thing.
Yeah, that would make sense to me.
I wonder...
Rune, you sense Magnolia's emotions, cloudy blur of, well, honestly, mostly lust. get splattered over with blood as she starts dealing with Viscera.
I feel like
Yeah,
that
dude, like a sharp.
emotional link probably ends pretty quickly though, doesn't it?
It
What else?
doesn't actually. It doesn't have a timer on it. We don't actually know how long Blood Link lasts because the other clause has a timer. It just says when you taste a creature's blood, you learn its current emotional state.
Interesting.
Yeah, so if you're
yeah,
not
so then that's an
currently
instantaneous
tasting it,
effect.
Yeah, so I don't think that like
I
it's
think
a
You know.
continuous thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it just wears off, but would it be more fun if it doesn't?
Yeah, I think it should stick around for like an hour, maybe. I don't think it should last longer than that, though.
Sure.
Yeah. Hour sounds good.
Sounds about right. Yeah, and I'd say that's specifically only if you feed on blood, then the emotion part lasts for an hour.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if it's just tasting, then it should just be instantaneous.
Instant, yeah.
Tolus is going to ask both Rune and Magnolia to help them collect all of the fat that they can, because Tolus needs to recuperate the oil that they used.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Magnolia doesn't want to sleep for a while here, so I'm just gonna be hacking up animals.
Oh, I just need to collect their balls first.
Why? Oh, right. Balls.
Don't worry, I use them for a tincture. It's something I learned to make while in Fenya.
Right. I'm trying to remember. It was implied at one point that was what Rune used to keep up the testosterone levels,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Tullis is just gonna comment again. Man, again, I think of how convenient it is that Guren is able to use the power of the Enlil.
Yes, no, I. Oh, God, what I wouldn't give for that ability. And doubly lucky for Gurren. She doesn't strike me as the type to want to, well.
I know little of the methods.
Oh, frankly, you know, you're extracting. You know, let's not get into the grisly details.
Is this conversation happening within earshot of Magnolia?
Yeah, I think so. I think
Probably.
that yeah, they're going over to the animals and doing what they do.
Alright. Like presence checks.
And if it's within an hour, I also know your emotional state.
Oh, I think you'd know it either way.
Damn, that one. Oh, that should be +1, not -1.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
No, it is -1. Never mind, ignore me.
Oh, God. So with her emotional state, panic seeps in as this topic comes up, and she just kind of like winces as she realizes that Runa is reading her mind right now.
Gonna try to hide any reaction to that.
Absolutely fucked.
18 to hide Rune having any sort of reaction.
Yeah, whatever.
Wait, so since you got a nat 1, does Tolus's 5 perception go through,
Yes.
or is that
Yeah,
not?
so
Okay.
there's something Magnolia isn't saying about this, and also you notice her like kind of wince at something. Clearly something's on her mind and she's reacting to both of you, but doesn't participate in the conversation.
Well, that looks like it is a particularly fat area of the bear. Can you help me cut it free?
Absolutely.
He looks very distracted.
Did I ever tell you two about the two dwarven? Seeing as we're on topic, the dwarves I once knew.
You... Okay, and?
Well, you see, I don't know if you've met many dwarves, but they all seem to have different ideas on what it is to be a dwarf, right?
Yes?
So, suppose there's no beating around the bush, so to speak. So these two friends, let's call them, although they were more rivals than anything, Braggy Bareballs and Uldred Underbeard, right?
Oh.
Now, Braggy thought that to be a dwarf was to have the most magnificent beard. And if you're truly going to have a magnificent beard, you must have no hair on the rest of your body, right? Now,
Yes.
Uldred had other ideas. Uldred thought the face is no place for a beard. A beard must be at the center of one's power, right?
So,
And he thought, well, his personal power was held below.
Right. And?
Well, Braggy and Uldred often get into the most heated debates of the most, honestly, spectacular contests to prove who had the more dwarven energy, you see.
Contests.
Oh,
I am
Magnolia is cracking
very,
up.
very familiar with contests. How did these ones go?
She has to put the knife down at this point.
The thing about these contests, I swear they were in on some sort of joke, the rest of us, because it was either like, sausage eating contest, who could get the most down, rolling the, what are they called, pig knuckle, or, it, any sort of phallic game that they could seem to come up with. Tossing stones, one might say. There was never one definitive winner in the end, because usually it would end up in a wrestling match. Get my drift. That is
Well-
all to say.
Despite it all, I believe they would fit in strangely well at my home.
Would they? You have many arguments over where you should keep your beard at home.
More settling arguments with contests. That is incredibly common.
Don't get me wrong, I think they would very much have liked to kill each other on most days. Unless they were drinking, in which case they were the best of friends. It's just that, well, there are so few dwarves around that if one dwarf kills another dwarf, they're really damning the whole thing, aren't they?
There is a bit of a dwarf shortage.
They certainly are short indeed.
Now, you see,
So,
Uldred would have found that hilarious. Braggy would have buried an axe in your head.
Oh,
this all begs the question, Rune. Which one of them had the better beard, in your opinion?
It depends. How many drinks did I have in me at the time?
Well, I suppose that answers that.
Oh, God. It was a fantastic, coal-colored work of beauty. Yeah, Uldred was good, too.
Tolos is going to take the keg from their supplies, and they are going to pour the water, if it is still water. They would have left it by the fire so that it wouldn't freeze during the night, but they're gonna pour it out. I am thinking about filling this entire thing with as much oil as we can make tonight.
Okay. I don't see why not.
Good. I will get the pot. And Tolas, from their supplies, gets an iron pot and sets it up in the fire, and starts rendering massive amounts of fat into oil.
I'm sure that produces some order of smell.
Probably. But, I don't know, there's 124 pints in this keg that needs to be filled with oil.
I'm just gonna be very kind to my own brain and imagine it smells like cooking bacon.
And not searing bear parasites.
Parasites, yeah. Oh dear.
Imagine that Uldred had the kind of beard that, when he wore a kilt, it would grace the ground.
Can dwarf hair on those areas even get that low?
Can it, Rin? Mike?
I didn't know I was muted. Of course, I can on a dwarf. How else are they supposed to show off their ancestral splendor?
That is... Would they not trip on it?
You would think, but I mean, perhaps he practiced jumping rope quite a bit in his youth or something. But no, even in the heat of battle, he never stepped on his beard. It was a thing of beauty too, coal black, glossy, gems and precious metals woven into it.
Gooden just
That's where he
pokes their
kept
head
most
out
of his
the-
treasure.
Gooden just pokes their head out of the tent. That's fucking disgusting.
Well,
That's fucking hilarious.
Ew.
I can assure you, he kept it well groomed, at least as well as he can when your beard is dragging on the floor of
Ew.
a ship.
Ew.
Yeah, Magnolia is laughing a lot.
Yep. Once I haven't seen them in well over a decade at this point. What are they doing?
They are probably fine.
I hope so.
I wish that we were getting drunk at the Umberwheel Tavern right now.
I don't know. This is a certain. I mean, as long as we're not getting massacred by werebeasts anytime soon.
You know, I was just thinking, what are the odds of adding incense to this oil, making oil that smells good?
Is that how you make good smelling oil?
I'm wondering if that is how it would work.
I mean, I know that sweet smelling oils exist. Plenty of them along the coast of Saipar.
I doubt that you have enough incense. Also, those oils are made of herbal materials, usually.
Good point. I think it is not worth wasting the incense.
That said, maybe you should burn some. The smell is, ripe.
Yeah, it's certainly something.
I guess. Yeah, I will. Yeah, Tolas, burns a bit of the incense. I wonder if we could increase the speed at which we make oil by rummages through their stuff, pulls out a basin. I guess I might as well, right?
I don't see why not.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, they're gonna also put the basin in the fire and start filling it with fucking meat.
God, I just realized. I think we are down one wolf corpse because Dumpling just yoinked one.
That makes it. Also, one of them is like super charred and on fire.
We
Yeah,
probably
Dumpling
put that one
prefers his
out
meat.
before it burned too badly.
Dumpling prefers his meat raw. Preferably still screaming, actually, but what can you do?
Yeah.
That reminds me. Gooden, get over here. I need to sew up that hole in your coat. Gooden gingerly steps out of the tent, like, why have you done this to me? It's just a fucking massive hole in the stomach area. And Tullus gets to work fixing.
Magnolia glances over at Rune and sees his breath in the air, which is new.
Yeah, no, Rune is warm at the moment.
That doesn't make her feel any particular kind of way. It's just something interesting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
I
get
think
warm after you feed.
I do.
Huh, didn't know
Thankfully.
that.
That makes Rune pause. Didn't she say that she had experience with vampires and feeding and whatnot?
That's right.
But Tollus wasn't there when she said it, or was Tollus there?
No, I
I
think
don't
Tollus is busy right now.
No, I meant when she said it before.
Yes, Tollus was there.
Okay. Oh, have past vampires you'd been around not gotten warm?
It was just in a warm environment, I suppose.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, she isn't lying or concealing much of anything.
Okay then. Fair. Man, it is quite the day. But hey, we won it. Are you taking any sort of trophy from the bear? I would say that both you and Cal earned it.
Hmm. Maybe I could make a necklace of its claws.
Yeah, I was just thinking about making a small bracelet of some sort from one tooth from each of the wolves I killed, or maybe a couple of teeth from each.
Sounds good.
So you can have a bear claw necklace, which would be quite intimidating considering the size of that thing.
Indeed.
And when people hear that you killed it yourself,
Well, I had help.
oh,
In
they
fact,
don't
it was
need to know
mostly
that.
Cal that killed it, really. Really
No.
getting at that thing with the quarterstaff.
Okay, we'll work on the ability to fabricate stories every once in a while for dramatic effect.
No, I do that all the time.
Good, good.
Just being fair in good company.
I suppose that's good, fair enough.
And now I must ask the accursed question. Affection levels.
Yeah, no, they're high, especially. That's the thing about. Yeah, no, I do think that there's a lot of like reciprocated feeling from Rune with Magnolia. Rune is doing his best not to hide it, or to hide it. I'm sorry. But I do think that Rune is very attracted to Magnolia at the moment. And I think that from the way he's acting, it's clear that either he doesn't think it's appropriate with other people around, or like he doesn't seem to intend on acting on it after whatever reading he got.
Yeah. Makes sense given what readings he got. All the guilt and
Indeed.
shame.
Exactly.
Yeah, alright, noted.
In any case, I think that Oh, you know what? I think she doesn't take that long to brew. I think I'll make one just from this fight. And see if the spirits see fit to grant me a bit more. Yeah, I think he kind of trails off at that and begins to brew his potion. We'll say.
Right.
Tosses one of the testicles into the fire and says some words, a quick little prayer of sorts to Kuusu.
Okay, yeah. While Tolas is out of earshot, yeah, no, it needs would only complicate things. Could create further complications if it isn't addressed now. So Magnolia says to Rune, I'm trans too.
Oh, that's what that was.
I know you sensed my panic when you started talking about
I did.
hormones.
Okay. So you don't want to.
No,
Mum's the word. I won't say a thing.
thank you.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Pass. And I think we'll like raise the. I think they're like crushing something into a mortar and pestle at the moment, and like raises the mortar.
Right. Yeah, she like when she said thank you the second time, she yeah, she kind of raised a hand like she was gonna run it through her hair, which currently is straight because it's nighttime. But then thought better of it because it's covered in blood.
Yep.
Yeah, Tolas comes back with a grumpy-ish Guden. So how is the rendering going in my absence?
Oh, fantastic! It's all gooey like it's supposed to be.
But at least it's just rendering and doesn't actually take any effort.
Honestly, it's bad enough as is. And I think now is when, with people around, because Rundwell doesn't hide it, tosses that other testicle into the fire and says a prayer to Kuusu. And anyone familiar with Sylvanism would know that Kuusu is, of course, the Sylvan spirit of the sun.
Indeed.
Which is fun
Okay.
for a vampire.
Actually, yeah, no, I think Magnolia will immediately see the irony in that, and she chuckles. Kusu, huh?
Yes, among my you know, Usu's inspiration and strength, or really Usu's strength, Tvala's inspiration, and Tiabash is to be feared.
Hmm.
And of course, all praise to mighty Woden.
So, what is Kusu like?
Akusu is masculine energy, a warrior and spirit.
Ah,
He's
The
the
sun god of the Sylvan faith.
indeed.
Sun god. Ah, our sun is Paimon.
Okay, cool.
What else does Paimon
Interesting.
represent?
Humanity, enlightenment, maturing, well, growth of people and all that entails. And the sun.
That's beautiful.
Paimon is a favorite of many.
Indeed.
There are very few of us who will follow some of the others closely. It is more of a respect that we have for many of the others. Like Astaroth is mostly about war and destruction.
So worship is more about appeasement than actual worship, I'd guess.
War and destruction brings new beginnings, rebirth. So, if one wants to become a new person, they may appease and hope that Astaroth will destroy who they once were and bring about a new them.
Enough. Seems like a dangerous power to be no, understand that. Fair. I can respect that.
I, as a Monro Lazeb, I am to follow all of them as equally as I can. Guden, she found the loophole. She is not required to follow all of them equally, so she picks favorites. Yeah, and Guden just replies, all that's required of me is to serve her.
Seems a fair bit easier.
Well, it's also suggested that I serve everyone else as well, but it's not technically required.
No. Interesting. That's pretty cool.
Well, it allows me to put Carnival above all else. Well, besides Tolas. So. Anyways. Yeah, I do wonder how much fucking oil we can get out of like an entire bear's worth of fat.
Probably a lot.
We're probably gonna quickly reach the point where the keg is full.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll fill the keg.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mark the keg as full and then stop paying attention to the whole thing. Tallow oil, 124 pints.
Fascinating. I do love learning about your culture.
And just to be clear, I'm sorry, just before I said Woden, Rune would not have said Woden, Rune would have said Wotan.
Wotan. Got it.
There is much. Great distances separate us from others, and also great time. Things are strange here, if I am to be completely honest.
Yeah, well, Vengergraf is the ass crack of the continent, so.
As strange as it is, well, it seems everywhere up here has kings, queens, emperors.
Yeah, they, this country may be the ass crack, but that hasn't stopped the rest of them from trying to stick sticks up their own.
I can see how it comes to be, and I am just glad that we don't quite have one person in charge.
Yeah, no, as far as I'm concerned, the only person I answer to is the captain of whatever ship I'm sailing on, and their chosen officers.
I also bow to no authority. I serve no one. I am unbound by all. First vow.
Go on, how many vows are there in your code?
Oh, there are 5. I could recite the vows if you like.
Oh, by all
Sure.
means.
I am interested.
Well, with whoever's watching as my witness, I do hereby vow to always uphold these 5 tenets of the Knights of Lathera. First, I am unbound by all. Second, I am the destroyer of order. 3, I am dishonorable. 4, everything changes. And 5, I will fill kegs with bear fat.
Oh,
That 5th one sounds new.
5th one changes, does it not?
You figured that one out immediately.
It is an appealing code.
For the 5th one, you have to make up something new every time.
Chaotic, I see.
Indeed. We are a chaos of knights rather than an order.
It must make the yearly meetings quite a event.
That's the other thing. There are no yearly meetings. We are all errant knights.
I'd guessed there were no meetings. Though I would love to see what would happen if you all showed up in the same inn one day.
It would be chaotic, to be sure.
Would it be a contest, each of you trying to one-up the other's chaos?
God.
Some would get into that, but then others would become countercultural about it.
True and try to play teams.
Well, I assume others would become countercultural to that counterculture.
Now you're getting it.
So it would likely be an even split of those who are being chaotic and those who are trying to stop the chaos.
There's no more chaotic thing than to stop chaos. That is, if your goal is to be chaotic.
So long as you're destroying order. Well.
So if an order is chaos, you stop that order.
Sure.
At a certain point. We are just saying words.
That's kind of the point.
It keeps it interesting.
I believe all things that are said are usually words.
True, but
At least in one
Oftentimes I
language
find
or another.
oftentimes there are words and then there are words that have meaning, and there are people talking and then there are people who, actually say things.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the point of the vows is to keep you self-aware and aware of what's real, what really deserves paying attention to. I am unbound by all. I mean, what's the point of allowing yourself to be bound by anything? Freedom is one of life's greatest joys.
So what you're saying is that the rules are more guidelines than.
You fucker.
Yeah, Tolis is shaking her head at this, be bound by nothing thing.
You don't agree, Tolis?
I am bound by a great many things. And I know their importance greatly.
I appreciate how valuable that can be for some people, but not for me. Order has always been stifling for me.
Well, I can say for certainty you've both given it a lot more thought than I have.
It
It
was
is an
my
extremely
job.
appealing. Fair enough. I'm a simple man myself. My job has always been relieving those who have too much of what they have and giving it to someone else. Sometimes that person is not even me.
Rarely.
But sometimes.
Wait, what?
No, don't worry about it. Sing a joke.
Well, here's the interesting thing, though, about order and chaos. They are one and the same. In fact, chaos is true stability. Anything chaotic constantly returns to a similar state, like every natural cycle. The seasons seem chaotic when there's a monsoon going on, or you're in a thunder snow blizzard, but really it's just part of the natural cycle. It all returns back to peace times, and then back to war times. You can always rely on water to flow downhill, so you can rely on any crown to rust, any foundation to crack, any sword to shatter, any law to break. But then new ones will form in their place. And that's natural.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. There are few forces in this world that I can think of that are truly unnatural. Pretty much everything springs up from something that naturally occurred. And if it comes from something that naturally occurred, wouldn't it itself be natural?
I think even seemingly unnatural things are natural, at least in this regard, that everything flows in a cycle. Anything that seems permanent is, in fact, not.
Then again, if you really think about it, is that an infinite cycle, do you think?
It seems infinite, but perhaps it all resides in a cycle of cycles that is destined to end, and then the cycle begins anew.
I was going to say, if the cycle begins anew enough times, the same thing that happened in one cycle will happen again in the next cycle, and in that way, nothing ever changes. Everything will always be.
Everything will always return to the same state eventually. I'll agree to that. But that doesn't mean nothing ever changes.
Nature shifts around some, I suppose.
It shifts around entirely, goes completely upside down and topsy-turvy, before it returns back to the same state.
Makes you wonder how many times we might have had this conversation and how many we will again.
Hmm.
Because again, if the cycle is infinitely repeating,
There's a
unless
fun thought, but I'm not sure that anything ever does return to exactly the same state.
it
Because
depends.
is any spring exactly like the last spring? Or in
It
fact,
depends.
any day like the last one?
It depends on how many arrangements of springs and days there can be. I mean, if it, I think that it is a finite number. It's a vast number that we can't even comprehend. But if it's truly, infinite number of times that the cycle repeats, the cycle of cycles repeats, then that finite number of ways a thing can arrange is bound to happen again in the exact same way an infinite number of times.
Maybe. Or maybe probability is infinite. And nothing can ever be exactly the same twice.
They're two identical snowflakes?
Certainly.
They say
Are
there's no such
there
thing.
really? I have very good eyes. It is hard to tell, but I don't think there could be two identical ones.
I don't know. I haven't counted all the snowflakes. It sounds like a question for a fairy more powerful than I.
Imagine that. Since the beginning of, well, snow itself, all the trillions of snowflakes that must have fallen, and maybe none of them were exactly alike.
And here is what I fear. Tolas takes up a small handful of snow and then pops it into the fire.
You said that's what you feel or fear?
Fear.
Fear. What do you mean?
You talk of all of this change and, well, maybe before leaving home, change wouldn't be so scary. But with how worse many of these places out here feel than home,
No.
I can imagine a way that home could get a lot worse.
It could, but I'm sure it could get better as well. I mean, this country is terrible, Polis. I can show you parts of the world that are far better than this. We'll be sipping alcohol from pineapples off the coast of Saipa, standing over some rich bastard's treasure hoard.
Even if things do change back home, everything changes, and that means everything bad is bound to eventually turn into something good.
Would rather hold on to the good stuff that I have than take a chance that it will go bad again.
Yeah, Magnolia nods contemplatively. I understand.
Well, it is not just the good stuff that I have, but many that I know, as they are my responsibility.
I feel the same way often.
Yeah, I think Rune just nods solemnly.
It does
Aye.
sometimes feel like every change is for the West. But it's not true, and it's a matter of perspective.
Even
I'll be
so,
right back.
it is my job to worry. At this, Gooden is going to sit even closer to Tolas and lean up against them. Which Tolas just gives a glance towards before shrugging and then getting back to the oil making, the oiling, the oilifying.
Want my advice, Tolas?
Sure, why not?
You talk a lot about your duty in this. Am I wrong?
I have a great duty, yes?
Does it fulfill you?
Every time I see one blessed by what I do, I know why I do it. My fear, rather than a crushing weight, is that I will no longer see my actions mean anything. That many actions will have gone to waste.
Alright then. That's what you have to hold on to when things seem bleak. But you're strong. I believe you can make it through this. One day you'll be out of this shithole of a country, and be that your path is bringing you back home or elsewhere. I'm sure you'll do good work wherever you go.
Once I leave here, it will likely be to go back home.
No interest in seeing the rest of the world.
I should at least report on my findings. If I go out again, it will be... well, it will be a first that I know of. It's not like I am being held captive, though. There are many of us. As many as many as there are children without parents.
Ah, I see. You're all orphans then.
It is seen as, well, one of the easiest people you can pick up and train. They need to be younger than, well, 8 years old. But yes.
Why? If you don't mind my asking.
That is when the training starts.
I'm back.
Is there a reason it starts so young and can't be started when one is older? Or is it just how it's done?
In that case, it is simply tradition.
Seems like it might be stifling you guys from getting some more worthwhile recruits. And also, the Yeah, fair enough.
Maybe.
In any
But
case,
it's
not
not
for me
like-
to say.
It is not like every orphan is chosen.
Right. What does your society do with the orphans who are not chosen? Are they just thrown back out onto the streets, or?
Usually, everybody has some kind of relative. It is the job of a family to take care of the children, right?
Yes, but what happens when they don't?
Well, then another member of the family would step in.
When you say family, is this like the thing with
Ah, yes,
a
it
friend?
is. It is larger family. I
Right.
think you call it clan up here is closest.
Indeed it is.
Well, young children are usually specifically taken care of. But once they are older, usually one or another in a clan in a town will take care of a child. It is usually not a. From what I know, it is not as one would take care of their own children, but as one would take care of a child's friend
Right. Okay,
or a relative's child.
I understand.
Of course, there are those children who run the streets being their own kind of little monster, right?
Yeah.
But
I know a thing or two about that.
they still get fed. They still have a room somewhere.
That's good.
Yes. My position, Gooden's position, is seen as one of great honor. I was a likely choice from when I was very young. I think they saw the right temperament in me, even when I was but a toddling child.
Hmm.
And as for Guren, well, we were together before we were chosen, and I believe they knew that if anybody was to be my partner, it would be them.
That's sweet. And there's a lot about them that they wouldn't separate you like that.
Well, it helps that the ones who are usually in charge of choosing the next ones are themselves members of our sect.
Still, to be when you're put into a position of power, I found that most crumble under it. They give in to corruption and all sorts of nasty, negative emotions and impulses.
Well, little corruption is to be had when no one is trying to get their own child into a position.
Well, I hope that's true.
Well, I don't know who my father is, so who knows?
And oh god, wouldn't that be interesting? Trying to enroll your own child or try to fake your death.
More, they were never found.
Right, no, that makes sense. I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, if they were found, I wouldn't be in this position, as I would still have a parent. But
You do seem to be doing quite alright for yourself, but still.
well, if they could not find them, I have a feeling I would rather my mother survived my birth than have a father who was never there.
Had a few friends who have had similar sentiments, so in that you're not alone. In any case, I should probably get a bit of rest.
Sorry, I need to correct again. I did say that they were chosen at the age of 8, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so before Tolls wouldn't have paused there. I guess in a way I was better off than Guden, as she knew her parents when they died.
Right.
Yeah, Magnolia nods thoughtfully.
Well,
Get your rest, Rune.
Thank you. Yeah.
Got some distance to cover tomorrow.
I'm sure. Gonna
Oh.
go ride dragons.
And, when do you stop getting my feelings?
Usually they last about an hour or so. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
it should probably stop soon.
Garen just nods and ducks their head and heads off. Not too far, still within eyesight, but
Yeah.
leans up against one of these like rock formations. And
Yeah, I
closes
think
their eyes, meditate.
Guden has fallen asleep next to Tollus by the fire.
Magnolia sighs.
I will be tired tomorrow, most likely. But better to be tired than to force the others to be tired too.
Maybe. That's what I think, oftentimes.
And I will likely wake Guden sometime tonight. But for now, I don't think I could sleep.
Me neither. I'll sleep later, but, I'll stay up with you for now.
This air. This is good air up here farther north. Dry.
Dry, yes, and full of something. Potential.
Cold.
Danger. Cold, for sure. Every breath feels bigger to me.
The wet air. I do not like it.
Really, why not?
There are only a few places you find such air that I have been, and all of them have been bad.
I just don't like humidity because it makes my hair do funny things.
Well, I guess that is an issue too. I I guess I just also feel sticky all over, you know?
Yeah.
It is.
Magnolia seems to be, yeah, like while this conversation is happening, she's sort of silently mulling something over, staring into the fireplace and thinking about it, cogitating.
What occupies your mind, my companion?
She sort of blinks once and without moving her head, looks Tullus in the eye.
It's it's nothing. Never mind. I'll tell you if it becomes relevant.
If you are worried that I would judge you or anything, know that I do not do such things. I
Okay.
also do not give away secrets given in confidence. And despite despite Gooden's often playful nature, she does not either, though she is asleep right now.
I trust you, Tullus. It's just personal, and it's sort of been part of my survival strategy to keep it to myself. So,
Survival strategy.
I'll tell you if I need to.
Right.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything.
It is all right. Do not feel as though you have disrespected me.
She nods.
I. I have spoken more tonight than I normally do to anyone but Gura. It is not usually a good thing to let others know how worried their priest is becoming.
Go on.
Well, the worried things were well, it was what we were talking about before. That is the type of thing I would not normally weigh in on.
Which thing is Tullus indicating?
Well, just the overall, like, fear of things getting worse and, like, voicing their fear of things getting worse back home and all that. Because normally that isn't what you should be saying. You should be like, oh yeah, things are getting better, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
You're allowed to have negative feelings too. You need to have room
Yes.
for those.
I
Make room.
certainly do have room for those. It is just I don't normally put those on others.
Well, that's what I mean. By make room, the world needs to have room for your feelings, not just your skull.
Normally, Gulen and I talk about such things. So it is not just my skull.
Okay, good. Well, if you want to talk about anything, of course, my skull has plenty of free space.
She knocks at her forehead.
In that case, I could tell that giving blood made you feel conflicted.
Yeah,
She sort of sheepishly scratches her neck.
I hope it's not going to be a problem in the dynamic of the group.
Well,
I think Rune and I are both mature enough to keep it professional.
yes. I did, however, tell Rune that if they think there would be any issues, that as long as they weren't going to need an entire tankard, I would be fine. So don't feel like you are the one who needs to do it. Such a job is something that I should do as well, or maybe not as well. Instead.
No, vampires need more blood than that. More blood than someone your size can give. Well, without becoming anemic, at least.
Hmm.
So, maybe if I'm low on blood for some reason someday, I'll take you up on that.
Well, I kind of imagined that going so long and ignoring the issue was why Rune needed so much.
I think the hunger sort of stacks up over days. It can be kept pretty low if they feed every other day or so.
Well, I'd imagine that I would be able to handle that then. Or is it more than even that?
You would become anemic if you tried to handle that all by yourself. But I wouldn't.
Hmm.
So maybe occasionally we'll need your blood, and I appreciate the option. Thank you. It's not that I have... I don't know, my feelings about it are complicated. I've only fed my blood to one other vampire, and was purely for intimate reasons. Having to care for a vampire's needs is new to me. I don't mind it though.
Okay, I'm trying to figure something out because
What? What's up?
so do they need to drink 4 pints each time?
Oh?
Not
No,
vampires.
surely not.
Because, like, from what I'm telling, like, shouldn't 1 pint be enough?
I don't know anything about pints. I only know about doses.
Or doses. Yeah, okay, wait.
Yeah, it looks like currently there's. Oh, wait, no, maybe in the blood section of the rulebook.
Yeah, the blood
There's-
section of the rule book is the one that actually has, like, the more clear blood rules. Is why I was bringing it up.
I think the blood section is actually, wrong. Yeah, no, yeah, the blood section of the rulebook is, outdated somewhat. But anyway, yeah, so, I mean, technically, mechanically, there are no rules about anemia, but yeah, but what Magnolia said is correct. I've done anemia research for, vampires and, spell-o-drama. Yeah, it's a matter of, I think if you lose, like... whatever. I don't remember the statistics off the top of my head, but yeah, trying to feed a vampire all by your lonesome is not the bestest idea. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I
Actually-
need to go to
actually-
bed because I have work tomorrow. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think Magnolia has anything else to say, actually. I think they'll just stay up for that shift of watch and then go to sleep after that.
Yeah. Right, so a medium creature regenerates 1 dose of blood every 2 days.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
see you
good
around.
night. So with 2 medium people, you should be able to kind of keep a vampire.
Certainly, even just with one medium person, you could keep them sated, but that person would become anemic. So if that person is also going to get in fights, that is a bad idea. It's a good way to
Wait,
bleed
so they'd
out.
get anemic from just a single slurp of a vampire?
No. Across several days of, or even like a couple weeks perhaps of feeding the vampire, they would become anemic, and then would need some time of not being fed on to recover from it. Yeah, I think that Spellodrama has the better rules outlined. One sec.
Alright, I think this is where I will end the recording, though.
Okay.